Okie dokums. Hello. Hello. Update videos, yes. Okay. My chat's open here. Okay. 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 Okay, I think I'm ready to get started. What did I just do here? Oh, yes, I'm working on the floating damage, and I just realized that I may need to handle that specifically. May need to handle that one specifically. I forget what I was doing when I was last streaming. I think I was probably just working on the, I think I was just fixing assets, actually, most of the time. Yeah, I was changing from, data table gameplay effects to, like, gameplay effect assets. They're just U objects now. Let me check. Let me take a peeky. Look-see here. Listener, what was I doing here? Add floating text. This is like for floating combat text. It's a whole ass actor, which like, I don't think I need that, you know? Well, I guess this is a component. There is a floating text actor. I think the component spawns an actor. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. The component is on an actor and it spawns an actor that has floating text, which I think is a little heavy-handed. I did this way back when I didn't really know what I was fully doing. So I think I should probably do a more Lyra style slate kind of system. Probably be more efficient. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good morning. So did I decide I wanted to do listener and source entity, and then what, I check if these are the same? And then that, because I need to determine is if self is true, right? So I can determine if the damage is incoming or outgoing. Is that what I decided? I don't have my editor open, so I can't actually see what it was. I think, yeah, because I was doing this. Just get listener and source. This is like the damage dealer. This is who is listening to the damage. And so I think I need to handle damage differently than I'm doing it right now, actually. It's quite annoying. Quite, yes. Yes, quite annoying. I do just want to have like one listener node like on the player, because players are the only, like, I don't need to show this for anything other than players, and a player only needs to see their own. So listening for damage to or from a player. Listener and source entity. I guess I need listener, I need source entity, and then I need target entity too. I need 3 different entities. Which would mean I need like a targetable. I don't know if I did that or not. An entity target. Adding floating text. Yeah, I think I do need those 3 pieces of information. Listener, source entity, target. I think I do. Should I make a processor for floating combat text? Rather than trying to write it into a component, because I would like damage numbers to show up on entities that are not actors as well. That would be nice. Should I just take this time to rewrite this completely? I will need to do that eventually. Is it important right now? No, not really. No, not really. It's kind of like a, while I'm here, I would want to do like a whole slate thing though, which is kind of a pain. I don't know, because I copied a bunch of code from what is it? Is it UI? Did I put it in UI? Yeah, the indicator system, which is not the most straightforward code. Yeah, this will be the, I think this is the meat and potatoes. Yeah, I don't know. That feels like too much for right now. Do you take help from AI? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Yeah, let's just go ahead and make this work as it is, I think. Because we're working on the ability system and have been. So I think that's more important to get finished. And then we can do more targeted refactors like that. Is this an open project? As in like open source? No. I don't think many people do that with game dev. So I think I need like a get target from effect. Get effect target. I think I need a get effect target class. Or not class, function. I mean, I would be doing the same thing as that one, actually. I would be doing the same exact thing. So actually, we already have our function. Okay, let's rebuild. Well, there's more I need to fix, actually. More I need to fix. Target. The target entity, let's make that an F targetable, just because we need the location anyway, so. Targetable. Okay, targetable, dot location. Please stop. What are you doing? Can you please stop? Because I was building? Yeah, I think it was because I was building. Okay. Damage effect data, initialize. What do you need? Yes, we're gonna like grab the damage effect data here. You damage effect data. I think it's you ability utils that this function exists in. Is it not? Is it not? Get damage effect data. There we go. World context object. We'll just put this. Source entity is not. Yeah, I don't actually have the damage effect either. I should pass in the damage effect. Yeah. And then we can get the targetable off of that. So we need the listener, we need the source entity, and then we need the F damage effect data entity. Let's do that. Damage effect entity, because that'll have the target on it. That'll have the target on it. We'll do that. We will do that, and then F targetable. Get current target is not what I want. Get target, get entity target from damage effect entity. World context object is again this because we're in a component. Targetable. Make that a ref as well. Can I? No, it has to be a new. It has to be a new one. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But anyways, damage effect entity. I need the. Should I be passing damage effect data? B is self I'll come back to that in a second. B is self is if listener equals damage effect entity equals targetable. Targetable dot entity. Yeah. Let me think here. Damage effect data. I don't want to like leak the implementation details of the damage effect into here. So I would need to rebuild and find out what we need. I'm going to take a guess at what we need, and that is float damage, bool B is crit, and is self. I think that's probably the bare minimum of what we need. Damage effect data. Get damage effect data. Cost rev. Yeah, that looks good. Damage effect data. Okay, so let's do final damage. Damage effect data dot B is crit. Okay. Okay, let's rebuild now. Cool. And a game remaking. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. And I should have restarted my PC. Or at least Ryder. Yeah, I should restart Ryder. Yikes. Yeah, my memory. Okay, we're going to restart. Yep. Exit. What's my memory looking like now? Not good. I should have restarted my PC before I started streaming today. Oh well. It's gonna be Struggle City today. Is this like a side gig or you have a full-time dot? Do you have any game that's created that's in Steam? No, I've never worked on a game before. It's my first one. I am not, this is not my job. I have another job that is not in the games industry. Okay, so we'll have to wait for a second. We'll have to wait for a second for Ryder to load up here. Welcome into everyone. Good morning. Happy, what day is it? Thursday. Happy Thursday. Okay, when can I build the project? I would like to build the project, please. At least it doesn't like completely freeze when it opens like Visual Studio does, you know? Like I would much prefer it do background tasks like it's doing. And I know Visual Studio has gotten better over the years. There we go. Okay, let's build. Now we build. And so I'm trying to get damage numbers to come back. I've been refactoring the gameplay ability system within Unreal Engine for the past couple weeks now. When I say refactoring it, I mean like building my own, basically, that has the same capabilities, we'll say. So what I want to do with my game is I want to run the whole world. It's a very large open world that's procedurally generated, and that comes with some significant technical challenges, which are fun for me. It's fun for me. I like this. I know it may not sound like it, but I like this. And I wrote my own ECS to run the whole world. An ECS is an entity component system. And it's basically just a data-driven architecture that very, very efficiently can run thousands and thousands of entities using principles of CPU cache locality to do so. And my biggest bottleneck with my old systems was always combat, because combat happened outside of the ECS system. And that's because it was going through GAS, or a gameplay ability system, which is an Unreal Engine built-in framework that's very nice. But it was taking about 100 microseconds per gameplay effect execute, which is a very short amount of time for probably 90% of games. But for me, when you think that there could be thousands of combats happening all over the world, 1,000 times 100 microseconds is not a non-negligible amount of time. So I'm trying to rewrite the gameplay ability system into my ECS. That's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing. I'm working on damage numbers right now. I need, I have, I think a really good first pass at the rewrite. I will probably very likely need to make it even more performant. I know there's already some low-hanging fruit I can take care of, but I need to listen for gameplay events, basically. And these are effect executions, effect applications, effect removals, because I need to do things like show damage numbers, play some VFX, you know, stuff like that. So that's what I'm currently doing. And yes, I am using C++ because this is Unreal Engine, and Unreal Engine uses C++. We don't really have another option. Not really. Not really. Let's see here. Source entity. I guess I shouldn't have put the source on there. Actually, we don't want source, because that's also on the damage effect entity as well. So source, also that was not correct there. that would have been wrong. Also, what is the point of source? I wasn't even using it. If listener is the target of the damage, yeah. So I need to know that. Yeah, so I didn't even need source. Let's rebuild that once again. So I didn't even need source. And the reason I need to know if it's like the damage is coming to or from to myself or to another target is so that I can change the damage numbers to like red, you know, and show like a negative or like, hey, you're taking damage, you know. And now we wait again. Now we wait again. Oh my god, I'm so upset. You'd think 64 gigs would be enough to compile Unreal Engine. And it is. I just haven't restarted my computer in like 3 days, so I have a lot of phantom memory being taken up right now, which happens. And it's why you should restart your computer. Why you should restart your computer, especially if you're about to stream game dev. Hot tip. Hot tip. Yeah, those rebuilds are going to be gnarly today. Okay, thankfully we have finished. Is this game dev in C++? It is, yes, yes. It is Unreal Engine game dev. Why didn't you use Unity? It has a big community, a lot of open source content, objects, and sprites. Well, all of that is also true for Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine, I get access to the source code, which I can't imagine ever making a game without access to the source code. That is baffling to me. That is absolutely baffling to me that people make that decision. I don't understand it. Also, Unity has made some very questionable business decisions that are very bad for the people using Unity. And also, Unreal Engine I see as being closer to the cutting edge of game development. The technology is better, or maybe not better. Better is an opinionated term. I will say the technology is more innovative. If I can say that while being unopinionated about it. And also, what we're looking at here, blueprints. Blueprints are a nice scripting option. So that if anyone else were to work on my game, they don't necessarily need to know how to code to work on it. So for all those reasons, Unity is not for me, and I probably would never use Unity. If I had to pick another engine, I would probably go with Godot or something like that. Because I want access to the source code. How else are you gonna figure out what your fucking issues are, you know? What do I want to look at here? I want to find the floating combat or the floating text actor or whatever. Yeah, that's what I want. So you're gonna be probably kind of broken, yeah. So add damage. You need to change. Oh, I do still need the damage spec. Son of a fucking bitch. Should have looked at that before I rebuilt again. So we're gonna have to rebuild again. We're gonna have to rebuild again. I should probably... I need to pass in the tags as well. I need to pass in the tags. Damage is crit. Let's just do like F gameplay tag container. Damage tags. We will also need that. Yep. I think we can forward declare that just as well. So what are these relationship tables? What? Well, what? I have not seen a table at all. What table are you talking about? Damage effect data. I need to grab the... I'll do auto applied. Or no, we want asset tags. I don't think that function exists. No, it doesn't. So let's go get world, get subsystem, U entity subsystem, U my entity subsystem. Yeah, there we go. And then get entity data. We want the F asset tags entity data. There we go. That's what we want. The links and the boxes. Oh, yeah, those are blueprints. So that is Unreal Engine's visual scripting language. Okay, subsystem asset tags. There we go. Okay. Then we'll want to rebuild that. Let's work through this first so I don't need to rebuild again if I come across anything. Okay, so add damage. You're going to need to change. You need now 2 more. One of you is going to be is self. Capitalize that because we're not barbarians here. Okay. B or just is crit is another one we need. Is self is crit. What else do I have? Tags and damage. So we need a float for damage, and then this one is going to turn into tags. Gameplay tags. No. Gameplay tag. Yes. Container. Yes. Damage tags. There we go. Okay, now that should be everything that we need. Damage spec. Spec has asset tags. No, rather just do get damage tags. Hello? Oh, right, because it's an event. Why did I make that an event? Can I convert this to a function, please? Lapse to function. Wait. Okay, that did not do a very good job of what I wanted it to do. Convert event to function. There we go. That's the option I probably wanted. Oh, dear. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, delete that. How do these blueprints work in terms of code? They are... I'm not sure how to answer that question. What do you mean, how do they work? They are code. They work no different than a you know, like a Lua or what other scripting. Like every game engine has, you know, some sort of scripting interface. This is just how Unreal Engine does it. You don't need to know how to code. Did your eyes hurt? My eyes start hurting after 4 hours in front of the screen. You need to put a yellow filter on your screen. Do the nightlight. Yeah, every operating system should have like a nightlight functionality on it. There you go. Get damage tags. Has tag. Heal. Okay, so we round the damage. What IDE is this? This is Unreal Engine right now. Not an IDE. Let's get this fixed up before we delete that. But yeah, we should be able to delete that. B is heal. Yeah, that looks good. Rounded absolute damage. Spec. Yeah, so we want B is crit. Or just get is crit. Slap that in there. Okay, and everything resolves. So I think I can get rid of that damage spec here. I think. That's not true. I do think so. Get damage color. Ah, the damage spec is not passed in there. Damage tags as an input. Has tags. Wait, no, it should just be hashtag. Hashtag. I think that make gameplay tag, hashtag. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. If I wanted to relearn gas, where would I start? Probably the same place, which was Tranx GitHub documentation. So if you search Tranx like that, yeah, this is what I used to learn, and it's great. So yeah, look for that. That is what I would do again. But now I don't need gas. Now I don't need gas. We're pretty much entirely decoupled from it at this point. I think I just need to go around and fix up all the references to ability system components, because we don't use those anymore. No components anymore. No components for me. Okay, so I think we can rebuild now. I think we can. Damage spec. Yeah, that wasn't used anywhere. Add damage. Damage color, and I'm finished. Okay, we need to rebuild, which means we need to save about 7 times. Save, 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 file, save all, file, save, Control S, Shift S, okay. There's a 50% chance that everything's saved. Let's rebuild so I can get those asset tags passed through here. Okay, that actually rebuilt quite quickly, which is nice. That's very nice. Thank you. So I think I just need to wire that through here. Boop. Okay. Little uggo, but that's fine. It's a pretty small event function thingo. Okay, can I actually deal damage and have numbers show up? This will be interesting. And did I, hang on, before I do that, did this, yeah, that got wired up correctly, cool, okay. So I think this is only gonna work one way. I think it's only gonna work for showing damage numbers. And you're not gonna have a component on you. Oh, there we go, it did work. Although, that does not seem like the right number. Okay, he's at 47 health. Oh, he was, oh, shit. He was at 52, and then I dealt 20, and he went down to 12? That math doesn't add up. I'm not showing the right number. He is regenerating health, though. What is this? What is this? What are you saying to me? On complete normal. Apply additional effects is empty. Okay, yeah, that's an issue. That shouldn't be empty. I would like that to not crash. Why did that... God, this is taking a while to load up. Is this C++? Yes, it is. Unreal Engine C++. Get over there, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so there was a... What effect was that? So I guess the shitty thing about not having data tables is now I have to, like, go through all my effects. And figure out which... I guess I should have checked which one that was. And I should probably go through and delete all my old ones, right? Which, okay. You are used in game... Okay, I should go through and delete the game mode stuff too first, just to make sure it's not used anywhere. Dean, welcome in. Hello, sir. Hello to you as well. Yeah. This actually gets a little harder. Fuck, which one was that? Which one was that? That was probably like wait for regen health or something. Although we did see him tick health. Let me check for... Let me look at wait for regen health. There was a on complete or something. Which one was it? Apply additional effects on complete prematurely. So that's probably regen health as well had one of those, I think. Regen health. That's on complete always, which is none. So that might have been, yeah, that might have been an issue. That might have been. What about regen mana? You don't have one. What about wait for regen mana? Also had none. Okay, let's delete those so that doesn't crash again. And then let's figure out what damage was happening, because like the damage number. Also, Fireball, were you dealing the correct damage? Because you were showing up as purple. You should show up as orange. You should show up as orange. Show Fireball. Fireball ability. Fire spell damage. Asset tags. Does have fire. So we should probably, one, make sure that this is the effect that's getting applied. Close some of these. And let me look at get damage color. Damage tags. Did I wire that? I don't think I wired that up. That was probably the issue. Yeah, I didn't. I did not. There we go. That was why. I think purple is the default. Angry Camper. Thank you for the sub and welcome in. What's the spec in your PC? I have an old AMD Anthem, or not Anthem, Phenom processor, and my motherboard is just a bunch of wires hobbled together in kind of a rat's nest form. 2 gigs of RAM, and my GPU is just a toaster shoved into a potato. Construct building, we're good there. Okay, yeah, so I think that the damaged colors will show up. The numbers are still incorrect, so let's investigate that a little further. Ooh. So that was 11. I showed 11. I showed 11. And so many things are happening to you. Okay, so there's my damage event there. 11 is the correct number, I think. Calculated damage base, final, that. However, I wonder if the calculations aren't happening properly. Let's go to the attribute processor. Handle attribute change. I guess it would be here. Yeah, I wonder if I'm not tabulating that properly. Because what I see happening to the health value. Okay, yeah, so this is a good picture here. So calculated damage was 11.48. Health attribute changed by 18. So something is not adding up here. My calculations are not calculating. Yeah, let's see if I can step through here. Let's see if I can step through here. So clear that, pause it for, stop it for a second. Let's go slow-mo. Okay, I will start, and then I'm going to pause once we get close to the end here of the cast time. Maybe once we actually cast. So pause, okay. Pause that. And then I want to break point here, I think. There it goes, and boom. Okay. Attribute. Base value, current value. Yeah, so we're actually, there's going to be a lot that we have to skip through here. So this is stamina, max health, intellect, max mana, agility, melee crit, spell crit, strength, back power, spell power, spirit. We want health, basically. Health, there we go. We are on health. Aggregate magnitudes, what do we got? What do we got in our mod effect map here? Effect modifiers. Health, negative 19 on there. So we're doing 19 damage. We are doing 19 damage there. Wait, we have 2. Well, that would explain quite a bit, wouldn't it? That would explain quite a bit. Why do we have 2? That's a great question. So that answer probably lies in a combination of the damage processor and wherever I create the damage thing. So that's like damage effect. Yeah, so it's probably in these 2 classes that this answer lies. Why is there 2? Why is there 2? Attribute mod data. We are emplacing an attribute mod data there. Okay, I think maybe what happened was this processor got hit twice. Draconin, welcome. Going well. Going well. Yeah, so I'm wondering if this got hit twice. Damage effect data. So going here. I guess all I can see right now is the modifier data. Which we've tabulated up to negative 38. Is that 19 plus 19? I think it is. I think it is. Okay, so my presumption, my presupposition, I'm just throwing words out there at this point, but the thought I have is that this is running twice. Damage processor, potentially it is too, because there is 2 of these. With optional, with none duration. Yeah. We shouldn't hit this twice. We shouldn't. Yeah, and that showed 19, and it definitely dealt more than 19 damage. I'm not gonna do the math on how much damage that dealt. But let's do the same thing again. Pause, start. And we're gonna have the breakpoint there. I still want the breakpoint there, I think, too. We'll see. This is too soon. Too soon. Okay, so we should always do damage first. The processor just runs first. But the question is whether or not I guess if we're Q adding the calc attribute data, it's not going to happen till the next frame. So the damage processor actually, in this case, with the way it works now, should actually run after. Because then after it's applied, it gets removed. But I think rather what I should do is just already have that applied to the damage effect when it gets created. So whenever we apply the damage effect, we already know when a damage effect applies, we need to modify the attributes. We need to recalculate attribute data. So I think it's a safe assumption to say that that can just be on there immediately. And that'll actually cut down on the frame delay of the processing. So yeah, I like that. I like that solution. So we should go into the damage effect. Wherever we make a damage effect, that should be added. I have several options for that. That damage effect data. Is that a private one? We can probably make that private. Yeah, let's make that private. Set damage effect on data. Let's put that at the yeah, this is all out of order for what it's doing. I don't know about you guys, but I like when a file of code, like, you can read it top to bottom, right? So as I'm reading this function, I'm like, okay, it does this stuff, it has these parameters. I get here, I'm like, oh, here's the function. And then that function is the next function. Like the first function call in here, like this function is from a different class, so that doesn't count, but like I get to make damage effect. I'm like, I want that to be the next function. It's like, oh, this one calls a function called this one. Okay, that's the next function, right? I want it to be in that order. And some people like having their classes structured where it's like, oh, all private functions are in this section, all public ones are up here, like getter methods are here. So, you know, they want it organized that way, which is a fair take as well. Okay, so set damage effect on effect data, make damage effect. I think make damage effect is where that should go. So we should effect spec, damage effect def. Yeah, that just gets built, so okay. Dot entity data dot in place get ref. Well, I guess I need to actually make the data. F calc attribute data. Calc data. I mean, I guess I can just like, it's just blank, right? Okay, so let's do this. Dot effect data dot add, and then we can do this. Place F calc attribute data. There we go. Why are you lame? Oh, because that needs to go on the entity. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, we have to put it on the target. Okay, so damage should actually go after attribute processing. More and more I am hitting these scenarios where I want to process the command buffer in between each processor. But I think this can be fixed by just moving the damage processor after. Yeah, because that's not going to work anymore. That way, we hit the command buffer with this new data, it gets added. We come back around to the beginning of the processor queue. We will hit the attribute processor first. We do have calc attribute data on there, so we will not be in placing get ref again. But then we're gonna hit this again, and it will do it again. It'll just not, which will be unperformant because it's doing work that we don't need. But it's not gonna hurt anything at that point, I don't think. And so for attribute processor, I imagine there is a we destroy the entity thing, right? Do we? Where do I actually, do I do that? No, it's an apply effect processor that we would be Yeah, that's actually going to I need to know what order that happens in too. Let me open up where I'm breakpointed right now, so let me just undo that. Let me just apply effect processor happens first, and then damage, and then attribute. Okay, so we would go apply effect processor. When we try to execute the gameplay effect, that is damage. Removing the apply effect data. Can't apply it, we apply the effect. I think also removes it. If there's no duration, Q effect removal. Yes, so we add the end effect removal. We also add the calc attributes, but there would be no mod data at this point. There would be no mod data at this point. Correct? No, there would. There would. So we would add that too. But then we would hit the damage processor first. And then we would place the modifier on there. Okay. And we've also queued the removal. But we've also queued the calc attribute data here. But there should already have been calc attribute data. I think we can ignore that. I think that just is not needed. Dropping a like, bro. Have a great day. Appreciate your like, my dude. Thanks for stopping by. You have a great day as well, Jonathan. And then we would get to the end effect processor. I think. Yeah, I really need to. These little issues have popped up where it's like the ordering really matters and stuff, and I have to think about the command buffer and stuff like that. I would really like to not have to worry about that. I would really just like to not. Let's rebuild here after getting rid of that calc attribute. What the hell is the word I'm looking for? It's like it was I was thinking of a fancy word for extra, but it was an extra calc. Oh my god, the memory pressure. Under pressure, looking down on me. And I just got copyright claimed for saying that. YouTube beat. Dude, the number of like music claim trolls that like the music that I am playing is free to use as long as you give credit, which I do. And they have that on their website, you know, and all this stuff. There are still certain tracks that I just don't play them. But there are certain ones that will get claimed by bullshit claims, and then they turn on revenue sharing. And it's like, dude, there are these fucking like copyright claim trolls out there just putting bullshit claims on all sorts of stuff and getting like, and it takes 30 days for the dispute to get resolved. So you can do a dispute, but you have to manually do that every time. And it's like, yeah, after 30 days, they'll release the claim on it. But then it's like they do it every fucking video. That's like when I have 2 streams every day. Like I can't do, like that's like so much time to do that. And then of course they're probably doing this to like a million other channels. So they're probably making good money off of people just like being too lazy to like do the claim. Or not realizing that they're getting claimed or something like. So so stupid, man. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know what the answer to that is. I wish there was a better way to flag that this is a bullshit claim. Because it's like when you dispute it, there are options to pick. And I wish one of the options was like, this claim is not even legitimate. This is not even the song that they're claiming that it is. Like they will literally say, hey, you're playing this song. I'm like, that's not the song. That's not even the song that's playing at the moment. You can literally see the song name on screen during the, so I think YouTube should add an option for that. Maybe, and then maybe if enough of those come in, they like disable the ability for that fucking company to like, because it's like a company that does it or something. I don't know. Anyways, bitch session over. Let's get back to figuring out how this is broken. 100 minus 16. That is not what 100 minus 16 is. That would have been 38, which is 16 times 2. Okay, so that still didn't, why, so why, I guess I don't understand then why it is running twice. We apply effect, which has, all damage effects should have health mod data already on it, right? Or they're not health mod, they just have attribute mod data. It's empty attribute mod data. That gets applied, so when we apply effects, it will queue up the calc attributes to recalc the attributes. We hit damage processor, excuse me. We hit damage processor. It calculates the damage and puts a health mod onto here, onto the effect. We get to my attribute processor, which should be recalcing that at that point, which maybe I need to rerun that flow. Make sure that's what's actually happening. And I guess the apply effect processor also would have seen that the damage effect has no duration on it, so it should queue up a removal as well. Oh, but I guess the removal doesn't happen until the end of the frame. It doesn't get added till the end of the frame. So we don't actually, I think removals need to happen first. I think removals need to happen first. Maybe that's why. If I move those before apply, I think that might be the issue. What is this? Get processor by class. Oh my god. Oh, because I did it during runtime. You're so annoying. You were so annoying, subsystem. I think the subsystem built the I don't know how they work under the hood really for compilation, but I think something weird happens when I hit compile on the subsystem because it's a blueprint subsystem. And there's like technically two of them, one of them being the non-blueprint version, like the parent class. That would actually be a decent use case for AI. The person filing the claim should have to provide an official third-party link to the song they're claiming is infringed. Then AI scans the video to see if that song is actually being played in the video and violates fair use. That is happening to a certain extent. I can say. It is happening to a certain extent. As someone who has, learned how YouTube works under the hood, they run tons and tons of ML on every single video that gets uploaded within minutes of it getting uploaded, which is fucking insane, actually. Like, I don't know if I can say more than that, but I'll say there is a ton of that stuff that already happens. And I think music is kind of a hard thing to, especially when there's like other things happening on, in the video. There is, what do they call it? They call it content ID or something like that. Like, I don't know what, I think maybe the problem is I don't know what the claimers have to upload to say that like they hold the copyright for it. I don't know what that process is. So they could, I think what they're probably doing is saying that they have copyrights that they don't for songs. Like they're just matching random ass songs or something. I don't know. Compute cost must be insane on that though. They have found like this, I mean, from what I've seen, like, I think it would be pretty hard for another, and I honestly, I don't know that I have that much information that's not publicly available. I don't think I have any, actually. But like, YouTube, it's going to be very hard for another company to overtake YouTube in terms of like what they do. For what you're saying there. Like, they've figured out how to do things very efficiently and make it profitable, which is kind of insane at the scale they're working at. Yo, as a fresher, is writing a 3-year-old bond okay for average income? I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what you are asking me. Janal, welcome in. Let's see if that fixes my issue. Okay, now now nothing's getting applied. Okay, so that just broke everything. Right. Okay, so I think what's happening now is the calc never makes it around to... See, this is all the more reason that I don't want these in order. I don't want, or I rather don't want to have to worry about the order of these. I think there probably is an order that makes this work. Let's move those back to the... Let's just go ahead and make that... Let's go ahead and make that change. I think it's just going to be... Where were you yesterday? You didn't stream yesterday. Yeah, I didn't stream yesterday. First time I didn't stream every day in a month, over a month. It was only recently that I started streaming more consistently. What do I want to do here? So entity subsystem. Yes, I want to do this part. So I think maybe what I want is a flag on the processor that says we can do a U property here too. Let's do a U property here. This is going to be B can because I don't want to have to rebuild the spatial data grid. That's the issue. B can process commands after. I think defaulting that to true is what I want to do, because there's actually only a few that use the spatial data grid. And should I run those first or last? I should run those at a certain step. I should run those at a certain step. Like together, I mean, in a chunk. And those are... The chunk processor, I don't even know if I need anymore. It would be the aggro radius processor and invoker processors. So I have this set up in a flow where all my non-gameplay stuff happens first. And then this stuff happens. I mean, I think if I just set those two to false, it should be fine. Aggro radius processor. And I suppose I'll keep it in C. B can process commands after. I don't know why the AI thought that would be the right move. What happened? I just didn't stream yesterday. nothing happened. I can take a day off, that's okay. It's okay. You'll be all right, I promise. Oh, there's the initialize as well. Although I think constructor fits this purpose a little better. As it is kind of a static concept. Yeah, so I think everything, let me confirm with that. So it's any for each and radius. Aggro radius invoker. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so with that now in place, if processor B can process commands after, playback commands. And that's effectively going to do nothing most of the time. Now. Do. Okay, let's see what happens. So that was actually very simple. Bro, you get an email from a recruiter and it's like, your background in thing that's definitely not on your resume at all looks like a perfect fit for this role. Does it now? By perfect fit, you mean non-existent. Well, that's the case. I am the guy you're looking for. You'd think the AI they use for recruiting would be smarter. Maybe that's the problem. They're not using AI and we're still just dealing with recruiters. Did I really need to rebuild 82 things for that? Like, this is just going to take so long. And it's going to take about 10 seconds per thing. Oh, I wish I restarted my PC. Now might be a good time to get some more coffee, though, so I'm going to do that. BRB, guys. Okay, thank you for your patience. I am recaffeinated. I've refilled my potions at the Alchemist. The Alchemist is my espresso machine, and my potions are an iced latte. And that sounds nice. I'm kind of curious as to how things are going to work now, actually. Which, let me go back and look at the ordering here. Now the ordering matters, but in a different way now. Like, I do need the end, like, applying the gameplay effect. Which, where the fuck does that happen? Apply effect. That probably needs to go before gameplay tag. But after ability, because abilities apply effects. Cooldown processor, duration processor, those both need to happen before the end as well. And the other ones are like, these three are like gameplay tags processor, damage processor, attribute processor. Those are all like in response to applications. So so the order matters in a much more like understandable and reasonable way now, without actually having to understand the underlying implementation of the entity system, which is beneficial. I'm just about to do a visit to the Alchemist. Yeah. What's your concoction today? What's your tincture of choice? I have a nice it was a I think it was some medium roast beans, freshly ground, with I did 2% milk, and Costco had a jumbo size of Nesquik, so I made a little kind of mocha actually. So I put a couple scoops of Nesquik in there. Just like the tiniest itty bittiest dash of caramel flavored syrup as well. I've just been lazy lately, drinking double shots of espresso. Damn, you take the espresso to the dome, huh? That's a little too gnarly for me. And I don't make good espresso shots either, so that's probably why. Like, I have a it's like the automated Breville one, where like it's got the built-in grinder and the built-in tamper as well. So it's like, it's a very, like, I don't want to have to fuck with like I don't want to have to grind the beans in a $300 fucking grinder off to the side, you know, fucking weigh it, you know, do the little distribution thingy that you have to do, and then do the manual tamp. That's too much for me. Give me the fucking coffee. Sounds like we have the same machine. Oh, really? And you drink those shots, man. You must have it dialed in a lot better than I do. And you just take those shots, huh? Okay, so I dealt 24, and we went down to 80. Wait a second. We went down to 81. I think I just regened health when I probably shouldn't have. Or something else happened, because 86 is actually what the number I should be down to. And regen health should have been removed. Should have been removed by. It's not canceled by. Maybe that's why. Let's add that real quick. I think we need to add the canceled by. Ba, 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 ba. The downside, it's all gone in one gulp, basically. Yeah, but then that fucking caffeine will hit you pretty immediately too. You might shit your pants as well, but that's a price you have to pay sometimes. 100 minus 24 is 76, not 86. Oh, you're right. Yeah. You're right. So yeah, that wasn't correct at all, actually. Thank you for the math check. But actually, the damage number I'm showing was actually higher. 20. I dealt 20 damage and we're down to 84 health. Okay, let's rerun that with the vlogger. $23 damage. Wait, what did I said? It was 23. It rounded. It rounded. Sometimes I'll add some milk and white milk syrup so I can just make it last a little longer. Yeah, you gotta add the milk, man. You gotta go for the milk drinks. And like, miss me with the steaming milk too. That just takes way too long. It's nice every once in a while on like a nice winter day, but like, iced coffees are nice, man. They're nice. Yeah, that doesn't add up. That doesn't add up right there. So let's run through the flow once again. Once again. Let's do some attribute processor shenanigans. Breakpoint there. We can start. Never mind. Let's let's go slow-mo so I can pause it at the right time. Put the breakpoint in there. Okay, pause. Okay. Wish I had some chai tea. I'm not a tea guy. I've never liked tea. I think I just don't like floral tastes. Okay, so we've gotten here stamina, blah blah blah. Food, health. Okay, what do we got? Let's go to the next thing here. Attribute mod, effect map, effect modifiers. Okay, we do only have one now. Which we have, wait, what? Calc mana regen is set on health? Wait, what? I think I duplicated this from something else, so it's got some data on it still. That's not, wait a second. This should be the damage effect, no? Wait, what is this? Did we hit the damage effect? Is there a way I could see? Do we have like active effects data? Okay, let me look at this. I see no damage effect here. Which that should get put in the active effects data. Even though it's about to get removed at the end of the frame anyway. Yeah, it gets added unconditionally, so yeah. Okay, so maybe we just haven't hit the okay, we should put let's put the, yeah, okay, we just didn't hit it yet. Okay, that makes a lot more sense as to what I was seeing. Okay, we've hit the damage processor. Good. Very good. Attribute mod data, what do we have in there? Nothing. That is also good. We love that. Final damage is 19. 19 damage is what we're doing. Next, yes, we should get here. I'll need to skip several. Get to health. I'm looking right here. Health. There we go. What's happening to health? I should see 19 on there. Beautiful. That is what I see. Okay, let's step through the calculation then. I don't think it will contain an override, so I think we'll get here, this line next. Okay. Old base value, new base value. What is that? Old base value is... Oh yeah, this is health. Okay, so we're at 92 health. Is that... yeah, that is what I see there. Because we got... I guess we got a tick of health regen, which we probably shouldn't have gotten, because damage should remove health regen. But we'll look into that later. Aggregation channels, yeah, what are you set up to be here? We have an add, so we only have one thing in the additive channel. This affects starting value is set to new base value. Has changed base value. We haven't changed current value. No, just base value. So we should do new base value plus or equals -19. Which should be, quick math, 73 or 72, there's some remainder stuff. The new base value is 73, that sounds right so far. That sounds right so far. Get final magnitude. What does this do? Final modifier magnitudes. Can I check that? This is because this is just me setting it. So this should be like a that should be like a find or add. So that's a 0. So we got new base value minus this affects starting value. So that's another fast math here. 73 minus 92 is minus 19, which is the same as, should be the same as what it came in as. Same as what it came in as. Okay, so why then is this not actually... What are we doing to the health value then? So the next line we should get to is here, I believe. Well, no, we're gonna go through... wait a second. What the hell just happened? I was not ready for that jump. Oh, we looped again? Did we loop again? We only had one. We only had one. Am I still on? Hang on. Am I still on the fucking... I'm back to... Okay, no. New base value is 73. Okay, so then, yeah. We're still on the same one. We just looped there. Threw me off. Wait, do I need to do 2 loops here? I'm looping over the same thing. Yeah, I do. Because of the additive. And this is like the post-additive, multiplicative, multiply after additive. So yeah, I have to do all of the adds first and then all of the multiplies. Which there should be none. So we should skip that. Yeah, so we're at the end here. New base value is still 73. We're gonna set base value 273. We loop it. I don't know. I feel like the debugger is looping for it's like I guess it does another loop to like check or something. Got all up and geared with to make it proper with the steamer and I'm out of milk. Dude, that is a sad fucking day. I'm so sorry. Plain double shot it is. You know what you do? You know what you do? You got to throw in like a half spoonful of brown sugar in the cup that you brew the shot in, or whatever your flask of choice is. Just a little bit of brown sugar, maybe a little bit of cinnamon too. It's fall. You should throw some cinnamon and brown sugar if you're into that kind of thing. Okay, so we do have the base value set. New current value is equal to base value. 73. Where did I just go? We went into the ag channel. There should be no current value changes. Yeah. This affects starting value, new current value. Oh, I think, oh. I should wrap this. Because now what we're doing, final magnitude is 19, and we're gonna fucking set it to 0 right here. Yeah, this needs to happen conditionally. Yep. Yes, sir. There we go. That was an issue. Was it the issue? Because, like, how the hell did I ever get any number there, actually? This one's fine because... yeah, this one actually doesn't... that one doesn't need a change. Okay, I think that... and I probably should have continued debugging before I fixed that, actually. Oopsies. Okay. Yeah, use it anyway. Where's the breakpoint? We'll just gotta continue at this point. Okay. Okay, he's got 100 health. Okay. 13. And he only got dealt 4 damage. Okay, wait a second. Hang on. What happened there? What happened there? Wait, what number showed up? Did 13 show up? Did I say that? What did I just fucking say? Health attribute changed. 100 down to 91. What the fuck is happening? Did I get a tick of health regen there too? That maybe shouldn't have applied? Am I applying the periodic effects here? Because minus 13 would be 9 or maybe in some change. This is 0.81. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm getting a tick of health regen every time I deal damage. Or maybe that was just coincidental that time, that the health regen. 16. And we're at 90. Yeah, I think I feel like I'm actually applying the periodic effects every calc attribute. Let me make sure I have the health regen set up. Is this something like Minecraft? Is that what this looks like to you? I mean, the only thing that I have in similarity to Minecraft is procedural terrain, but the terrain is completely different, I would say. Where is your duration data? Well, you just have... yeah, you just have that baked in. Calc attributes, yeah, and I guess I get all of the active attributes. I guess I just never filter out... I guess I just never filter out the Periodic ones. Yeah, or wait a second. Yeah, I fucking do. I should. What game are you making? I'm making an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. So yeah, I should be getting here. I should be getting there rather on the health regen. We do have duration type set up for the health regen. It does have a period that would make it periodic. But I think that's being applied. Let's restart here. Lose sleep, regen health, regen mana, lose food, lose sleep, regen health, regen mana.
Hello.
Hello. Megatron, welcome. How goes it? How's the stream?
Why are you running?
Bang up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse.
Oh, Lord.
69 viewers, nice.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that is funny
got it. What the
number.
dog
69 is a funny number. Some might say the funniest. Welcome in, everyone. Appreciate the raid. How was your stream? Anything you'd like to share or show? I'm working on replacing the gameplay ability system within Unreal Engine to fit it into the ECS that I wrote for myself, because I want to run the whole world. I heard you're working on an MMO. Not an MMO. Not an MMO, no. Love your videos. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. We can show. Why don't we just show the world here? Skip all this pesky fucking troubleshooting. Who does that? Who does that? Get that out of here. Let's take a peek, see at the world here. So I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. Here's the terrain. This is just going to be a small section of the world. Stream is good. I finally got my Twitch integrated events set up. Oh hell yeah, that'll be fun. You're all working, which is good. That is good. Congrats on that. But yeah, here's the procedural terrain right here. This is just a small section of the world. So we have like different zones, right now I only have like 2 different biomes, but I have some different terrain, parameterized terrain noises that I use for each zone. Like over here is kind of like larger hills. And then over here is like kind of like a, you know, more chill kind of flat zone. And then that zone has like a really high altitude modifier parameter on it. And we've got the underground caves as well. There's me. Everything's a bit broken at the moment. I wonder if I can, that doesn't help. Oh, I can still cast things. There we go. I can still cast things. Everything's a little broken right now because I'm replacing the nuts and bolts of the gameplay ability system. But yeah, we've got the underground terrain. We've got the caves. Here's a cheese cave. Here's a cheese cave. Let's see if I can find a noodle cave. Is there a noodle cave here? This is sort of noodly. Yeah, here's a somewhat noodly noodle cave. Sometimes they get a little plainer. Yeah, here's the noodle. Here's the noodle. And then we can pop out over here. Yeah, so here is the world map, which is procedurally generated, so it's all like seeded random, so kind of similar to Minecraft in that each time you create a character, it'll create a new world. And then each one of these different colors are like different zones and stuff. And as I hover over them, it'll show you like some stats up here for them, some attributes. And you can see they each have like different names. These are just like AI generated names right now, so they don't make a whole lot of sense. So we have like Wailing Woods here, City of Gold, Marble Arch, Quartz Desert, the Troll Bridge of Grumble, Sandstorm Desert, Shadow Blight Hollow. See, some of these are really good. Like Shadow Blight Hollow, that's a really good name that like fits the vibe of the game I would be going for, because it's gonna be like fantasy RPG, you know. Moon Whisper Lake, that's another good one. Bloodstained Fields, Silverleaf Thicket, the Land of the Elves, and then the Doctor's Hospital of Healing. So they don't all make sense, but eventually I'll be passing into the LLM like a bunch of different attributes for the zones. Like what's in the zone, what kind of points of interest are in the zone, how big is the zone, what resources are in the zone, what mobs are spawned in the zone, what kind of terrain does it have, you know, what kind of features does it have. Pass that all into the LLM, and then the LLM will give it like, you know, somewhat of a flavorful name, I would hope. I would hope. We'll see. But yeah, this is just a small section of that world. Each pixel on that map is a terrain chunk. So we have about 4 terrain chunks radius here. That means I'm only rendering about this big of a radius right now, like about this big. So it's a very big world, and I want to run all of it. So for the Colony Sim side of things, like I want you to be able to build several colonies, as many as you want, really. And I want them to be running at all times, even when you've run all the way to the other side of the world, right? If you send some guys out to the forest to chop trees, they actually need to run over there and chop the trees down and bring the fucking wood back, right? None of this fakey stuff where it's just like 4 colonists on wood, 40 wood per hour. You know, I don't want that. That's fake, and I don't want it. And what I want is for things like if there's a bandit or a wolf in the forest, when they're going to chop trees, they're going to get attacked. And you're going to need to make sure that your colonists have proper gear, proper equipment, proper abilities and spells. Like I want like basically vanilla WoW type spell kit, basically. I want combat to be a little bit more interactive than that, but I want there to be like deep talent trees. I kind of spec that out a little bit, reusing some assets, of course. Spec that out a little bit. I want deep talent trees. I want abilities that every time you die, you'll go back to level 1. That's part of the roguelite feel of it. Your colonies and stuff will still be there, but each few levels, you'll get a choice from like 3 random abilities. And so you'll start to kind of build out a kit, right? And then the talents will be static. And so you'll just need to pick talents that are complementary to the abilities that you've randomly gotten this run. So that's how like the kind of the roguelite fits in here and the RPG fits in here. And so if you like, your colony is still going to be there, and I might do like a small time skip when you die. So, oh no, get that out of here. Is the vlogger running? I didn't even realize. Vlogger is running. Okay. Well, that just crashed. I should check that. Yeah. Easy peasy. Yeah, let's fix that real quick. Anyways, as I was saying, the colony's still going to be there, but I'm going to do like a small time skip when you die. So your colony might get raided. There's going to be raids. There's going to be enemy colonies that might come and attack you. You know, things might happen in the world while you're dead. And so you'll need to set up your colonies with really good defense. You know, build your walls, get your guys some good gear, some good weapons and stuff like that. And, you know, they'll still be there if they survived when you get back. And so maybe you found like a really good blacksmith type colonist last run, and that blacksmith can make you better gear than you would have had at level 1 or level 5, or, you know, whatever you had last run. And so there's a little bit of meta progression there as the roguelite aspects overlap with the Colony Sim aspects. And so I think that'll be really fun. And then with all these zones, like kind of what I want to do with the procedural generation side of things is I want to do like procedural generation with intention, which is something that I haven't really seen many games do. Like, I love procedural generation in games. I think it's a great source of replayability, as long as it's not treated as the content. I think the only game that is able to treat procedural generation as content is probably No Man's Sky, because they just do it at such a high level, right? No Man's Sky, and then maybe Minecraft as well, but there's a lot more to do in Minecraft. I need to turn off the vlogger was off, so wait a second. Or it turned off because I rebuilt it, but here's a different, this is just a different random seed. This one's kind of boring. Now we got some mountains over here. We got a red zone over here. I was just kind of playing around with the textures for some of these. So you can see I don't blend them, which I need to. Why? Okay, so now everything's crashing. Why? Because entity subsystem is a null pointer here. Where do I set that? I literally set that in the possess by, which I guess is not soon enough. Which is not soon enough. Can I do that in the constructor? Is that fine? We'll see. We'll see. Things are broken every now and then. You ain't doing it right. That's right. You're not doing anything risky enough, that's for sure. ECS is definitely going to help with the processing of this many resources. Yeah, it's pretty imperative to how I'm doing things. And I wrote my own, which was a really nice learning journey for me. I learned a lot in doing that. I tried out Mass, which is the built-in Unreal Engine ECS, and I found it very difficult to work with and very difficult to understand what it was actually doing. And it didn't really have anything built in that... Okay, so I can't do that. I can't do that. I guess we'll do post-initialized components then. That's where I do everything else. Does that have... That should happen before tick. But anyways, yeah, Mass didn't really have anything built in. I would have had to rewrite all my tasks and stuff in Mass anyway, so I wanted to write my own to both have better understanding for an ECS as well as better flexibility. And there were some things like the whole like fragment and trait archetype thing that they have set up where you have to like validate this set of traits and fragments and stuff was like, if they did not have a guide that explicitly told me what to add, that would have been an absolute pain in the ass to figure out. Because some of them like conflict with each other, and I don't know, I didn't like it, I'll say. I do like state trees though, so I did take the state tree concept from Mass and wrote my own processor for that. Let's grab a new seed. 756, I think is our next one. We're just going through it. Okay, so here's my like really spiky, craggy terrain. And we're just like plopped in the middle of a zone here. And this is actually a good example of the altitude modifier on the terrain. Now what's happening? It's still null? Are you still null? Okay, we're just not spawned yet. We're just not fully spawned yet. Wait, why is this happening now? I've had this for so long. If move speed data. Let's do something like this. So move speed modifier. Let's just initialize that to 1. And then if we have move speed data, and then that way if we don't have it, we're not like stuck, not able to move. Okay, let's do that for a second. Old school Spore, maybe. Spore was a very how do I say, innovative game, but then like nothing kind of no other game has really done that much, have they? I've been checking into Bevy, a newish game engine in Rust. Oh, interesting. Is Bevy an engine or is it an ECS? I'd work on my MMO in UE, but I feel like UE is quite difficult to get a grasp on considering how many tools it has. Yeah, there's a big learning curve for sure, but quite powerful once you get past that. On the pre-production phase to decide on a game engine. Yeah, you've got a long way to go. An MMO. Bevy's an engine and it's built upon ECS. Okay, I guess that's what I've heard then. A Rust game engine. Okay, we're gonna keep trying different seeds here, just to have some funsies here. 757. Is this Unreal? It is. Okay, so now I'm in the middle of the ocean. This is what my oceans look like right now. It's completely flat. So yeah, we spawned in the middle of the ocean. Let's try a different seed. We didn't crash though, that's good. Oh yeah, it's a dumb as hell decision, but it's a fun project. Yeah, and hey, if you're just trying to have fun, you know, do what you want to do. This is an interesting zone here. So I do this, I was talking about procedural generation with intention being one of the things I want to do. Oh, we're right next to an ocean. That would be why that happens. But like, if you think about a game like Valheim or like Minecraft, what they do for their procedurally generated zones, they're just biomes, right? They're just biomes splatted onto a map. Whoops. And they just kind of seamlessly begin and end and blend from one to another, which those are really fun games and it's really cool. But to me, that those biomes aren't really grounded in the world very well. And I know that that's not what those games are going for, but it is what I'm going for. And so what I mean by like grounded in the world is that they have meaning and they exist outside of just themselves in the form of how characters reference it, how NPCs reference it. And so that's why I wanted to do zones more like World of Warcraft zones, where each zone kind of has a confined by some physical barrier area. Most zones in WoW they have mountains around them. And then when you go from zone to zone, there's like an entrance, right? Talking about, if any of you are familiar with WoW, you know, going from like Barrens to Ashenvale is a really fucking cool moment early on in the leveling journey. Because as a Horde player, you're used to Durotar and Barrens at that point. Durotar is a very red, rocky zone. Barrens is like an African Sahara zone. And then you go into Ashenvale, and it's this like magical blue and purple enchanted forest type zone. And it's like that transition is really, to me, a very powerful moment in the journey. And it's one that you can't really replicate with how Valheim or Minecraft do it, because you just see the entire zone there, which can be a cool moment. You know, you walk on top of a cliff and you see all the biomes around you, but you can kind of see all that they have to offer, right? To me, that as soon as you see a zone, there's not beyond the points of interest inside the biome in something like Minecraft, there's not a whole lot left to explore. And what I want is, when you cross that threshold, I want the world to open up, or the zone to kind of open up. I don't want you to be able to see the whole thing, because I want you to have to run around and explore it. And that is the kind of vibe that the World of Warcraft zones give you. And I don't want it to really I don't care if it necessarily makes sense. Like, you could go from a snowy zone to a non-snowy zone or something like that. I don't need that to necessarily make total sense. And one of the ways how I do that, like these white dots on the map here, are what I call zone entrance chunks. And what that means is I don't spawn mountains there. Now, every other edge color here, I have a mountain. So what is this zone here? This is Twilight Bastion. Well, yeah, we can look at Twilight Bastion. So let me pull up Twilight Bastion. We can look at the spline there. So, oh, there's the zone. So that's the Twilight Bastion zone. So if I hit M, this cyan zone shape here matches up to that spline. And that spline is what I use for the calculations on these mountains here. So there's a spline for all of these. But then those zone entrance chunks are little points where I just remove sections of the spline, basically, or sections of the mountain. And the terrain generation can be done off of that. And that's how you create like little entrances and exits to zones here. Like this red zone, Frostveil Tundra, you know, you go from Twilight Bastion, you can enter here, then you can enter here, and you get to Granite Gorge. Now, there's not always going to be a zone entrance chunk to and from every zone. Every zone has at least one, is I think what I did. But you still might not be able to, there may be like a dependency, a circular dependency. So that's where you can find things like this that are really neat, like just some RNG caves that go through the mountains, which you still probably couldn't walk up there on that one. But sometimes there are some really nice caves that just form like a natural tunnel. Like this one almost did. This one almost did. But some other options you have are to either dig through the mountains, or you can build stairs up the mountains and back down. I do have a bit of a building system in here. So you can build like stairs and stuff. Where are my stairs at? Oh yeah, that's not working at the moment, of course. So that's gonna crash. Beautiful, beautiful. This is a beautiful display of my coding abilities. I'm going all in, making a business plan and creating a game design document. I'm assuming it's a real project, even though I fully know the odds of it working are slim to none. Also, yeah, I do like WoW's zone system, then say Valheim. Yeah, so a man of culture. Vanilla WoW. Vanilla WoW. Let's check a new seed. It'll be a fun project, though. Everyone loves an MMO, right? At least on launch, right? But here's an example of a zone entrance chunk right there. It's really just like a break in the mountains. And I wish my other biome would show up. So this is like my default biome, the foresty one. But I also have the meadows biome, which doesn't show up that often. How I have it set up now is each different color is a different biome. Eventually, I think I'm going to make the biomes a bit more dynamic. Like, another thing I don't like in Minecraft or Valheim that kind of ruins the exploration aspect of it is like the forest, or the jungle biome always has the same shit in it, right? Like the jungle biome always has the same trees, always has the same mobs, always has the same resources, right? And I want that to be a little bit more dynamic. Like I still want the, you know, I'll like basically pick a vibe and then dynamically choose what should be spawned in there. And so each forest biome might have different trees in it or something. Maybe they don't have mushroom. Maybe there's a different kind of mushroom. Maybe there's different mobs, you know, so it'll be a little dynamic each one. And so it's not like every playthrough you're like, oh, that's an X biome that'll have this stuff in it. There's still there's still a bit of exploration there. So replayability is one of the big things that I'm going for here. Can we put a worker to dig the way to the other zone? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. That is precisely the kind of thing. Should have climate system. Yeah, I'd definitely have some weather. I don't know what I'm going to do about like seasons or anything like that yet. Because I do kind of like how like seasons are good for things like growing, like planting and farming and stuff like that. So you can have like temperature ranges and stuff, which maybe there still could be. But in World of Warcraft, like there's no like climates or seasons, but there are like snowy zones and non-snowy zones and stuff like that, right? So I could either do something like a per zone climate and stuff, or I could do like a worldwide seasonal thing. A lot of different options for me in that regard, and I'll probably need to get farming working first before I consider that, and get a bunch of biomes built, a bunch of different biomes and stuff. So that kind of decision is probably pretty far down the road. Pretty far down the road. Let's see. Now, where am I? I am in Soulscream Valley. Now, this doesn't look like a Soulscream Valley, but imagine, if you will, I had some kind of like wailing banshee type mobs, and the zone was kind of dark and shadowy, dusky, kind of swampy almost. You know, that would be the vibe of a Soulscream Valley. And I could say that the valley is, you know, maybe this is a nice skinny zone in between some mountains or something. Maybe I tell that to the AI, they call it a valley, right? I think that'll be very flavorful. And all of that will go into the AI generated quests. What is happening now? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Well, we're ironing out the kinks of this, that's for fucking sure. What is... How is this null? This is literally an ability. What ability is this, pray tell? None. This is ability none. So wait, what the fuck happened here? What happened here? Why do I have these abilities? These abilities should get removed. What are they doing here? So, I think it's safe to say that removing abilities is not working. So, I have the end ability processor. And let's look at the apply ability processor as well. So, apply ability processor. We do be adding it to the activated abilities, which is a strong pointer to the object pointer, which is what we want. End ability data, where are you used from? Gameplay tag. Yeah, so we can remove it when it doesn't satisfy gameplay tags. We can remove it from try end ability, which is probably where it most often happens from. If I get here, I want to know about it. So throw a breakpoint there. I want to know about that if we get there. We shouldn't, which is why I want to know about it. Should I check here? Or like assert or something, maybe? That might be good. Try end ability. I'm wondering, I think maybe what's happening is is the ability. Well, we also get here. I want to know if we get here and the ability is invalid when we're trying to remove it. We should know about that as well. I'm also removing it as I'm iterating over. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's probably my fucking issue. I need to do a reverse for loop. That is probably the issue. Okay, let's rerun that. Let's rerun that. Blah 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 requires. I just want a stupid little log. Just a stupid little log. Yeah, making an MMO would be kind of the dream someday for me as well, but definitely not what I'm going for at first. I do want to make a multiplayer. I think playing this with friends would be very fun. Just like, you know, you and the boys always got to start up a Minecraft server every few years, right? Every friend group does that, I feel like. I think I'm past due for one with my friends. Do this game with friends would be dope. Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be a lot of work though, so it's going to be a lot of work to do that. Let's see here. But we're just going to get back to troubleshooting and stuff now. Thank you for the sub, my dude. Welcome in. I'm just gonna like spam a bunch of like toggle auto attack abilities, which is I think what was causing the issue. I'm just gonna wait. So I did spam like a bunch. Yeah, toggle auto attack not working right now, which maybe is what we should make work next. Well, I guess we're not failing, so. Okay, now that did 0 fucking damage. What the hell, dude? What the hell happened? What happened? That was just working. Vlogger time it is. Vlogger time it is. Okay, so we did get to calc damage. What is our damage? 16. 16 damage. So calculate, I do want to step through this calculate dependencies here. Active effects data. Yeah, so I should be able to see what the effect is, I think. Entropy mod effect data. I guess I do want to see here. Lose food, false. Sleep, false. Region health is false. Region mana is false. When also, before I get too far, I may have already passed it. Let's go here as well. Well, no, I wouldn't have because this happens first. Yeah, so none of the periodic effects should be applying now. I don't know if they were or not, because before we were thinking that like when I dealt damage, I was also accidentally triggering the periodic health regen effect. And so that's why my damage numbers weren't fucking adding up. But now that seems to not be happening. I'm going to skip through this until we get to the health attribute. Spirit, mana regen, move speed, there we go, health. Okay. What are my mods here? We have one. Whose value should be, what was it, 16? Yeah, so 16. Here's my damage effect. Now, I guess what I want to see here is... We're not going to hit that, but we should... We should get here. Let me see what this is. New base value. Old base value is 110. Oh. Why is that not getting clamped? Can I see the attribute data on this guy? What is the max health? Max mana, max health is 100. Oh wait, health is fucking 0. What? Oh, what? Is this the, what entity are we targeting? This is entity 7, apply mod. Entity is, yeah, it should be the entity that this effect is being applied to, which is correct, which is what I want. So how was health set to 110? How the fuck did that happen? Because handle attribute change. How was health set to fucking 110? Where is my attribution processor? My attribute processor. We clamp health. So it's doing current value, not base value. Which I think is the issue. Should I be clamping base value too? So instant, and this is true in the gameplay of the Unreal Engine gameplay ability system as well. Instant effects apply to base value because each attribute has a base value and a current value. And the difference for that is, the reason for that is because you have modifiers that can apply at different points in the calculation, right? Like you may want to apply some multiplicative modifiers to base value and not the current value. And you can get some different results, different scaling that way for different things. So when I deal damage, that's an instant effect. That is an instant effect. It's either periodic or it's instant, right? There's no infinite effect. And that would be like, that wouldn't be damage, that would just be like reducing health, right? That would be the, like reduce max health or something, you know? So it makes sense that damage would apply to base value. Now, base value is not getting clamped. And I didn't think, I guess when I first wrote this, I didn't think it needed to. So I have a pre-attribute change, which handles the clamping. But it's only passing in current value. Do I need to pass in both? So am I just regenerating health infinitely? And also, why isn't I guess I am showing current value here. I would like to see what value gets passed here in the engine. Set numeric value checked. That floating point but like which attribute dot get? That is F gameplay attribute. What is this class? It's a T field path of F property. Weird. Where else does this happen? In the engine? Okay, so they have a pre-attribute base change. And a pre-attribute change. Anything can trigger, I assume that one, so they actually have two for, I assume that one has to be for current value because they have the base value change as well here, specifically. Wait, let me see here. So this is called just, oh shit. Okay, maybe I should actually go to that class. This is called just before modification happens to an attribute's base value. When an attribute aggregator exists, this function should enforce clamping. Presuming you wish to clamp the base value along with the final value in pre-attribute change, this function should not invoke gameplay-related events or callbacks. Do those in pre-attribute change, which will be called prior to the final value of the attribute actually changing. Is that Warcraft UI frame for your camera? Yeah, it's a Warcraft 3 thing I found on the internet. Okay, so they have two different steps. Let me look at where this one's called from. Okay, interesting. So I need, I guess, another set. So how does that work? Because I had that in my character attribute set. Init attribute, pre-attribute change. Yeah, I only did my clamping there. It's not like I had to do it twice. So yeah, what do they do? They handle both this way. What does set current value do? It only sets current value. Is numeric property, is gameplay attribute data. Oh, well, this is probably the one that gets hit. That's probably why they didn't make sense. Yeah, yeah, get current value. So this is doing the current value. So how does that apply to both? Mark property dirty. You dirty, dirty property. And that's the only place they call that. Set numeric attribute internal, which is not internal because it's not called within this class. That seems to be the base value. Internal update numeric attribute. I think the other one is the better. Well, that's from replication. Set numeric attribute. Internal new value is a ref. What's your opinion on Writer versus Visual Studio? Well, I am using Writer, so yeah, Writer is far superior for Unreal Engine development. And I've been using it for years now, but I wish I'd switched sooner. Does a much better job of teaching you Unreal Engine C++. And I don't know that I've only seen one guy ever say that he liked Visual Studio, which I'm not sure he was doing okay. I actually, when he said that, I immediately called the cops and had them do a wellness check. As you should when someone says, I like Visual Studio. So the only thing they're using the new value for here is I also liked Visual Studio. Before you knew better, right? That's why that's in past tense, Draconin. About 10 years ago. Okay, see, there we go. He's reformed. He's reformed. So I guess I'm a little confused on how that got clamped properly in my old system by the engine. Because this is the only function I'm overriding. New value is a mutable reference, so you're able to clamp the newly applied value as well. Let me look at how I did that now. Adjust health regen for attribute change. The new value and get max health. Health value, max health value. I'm using Visual Studio in my Unity game projects. Writer is free. Writer is free for non-commercial use. So if you haven't tried it, you should. If health value is greater than max health value, I set health. So this is how it happened. I did that. I did it manually. Via set health, which I think... What does this expand to? Set health is set numeric attribute. Which does that do? Wait, which one? Which one did that do? It is base. So that sets the base value. Health value is greater than or equal to max health value. So this could... I don't think I have any effects that do this, that apply current value to health. But I think that wouldn't work in this case. Because I think health would still go over your max health value. If I had some effect or some buff that increased max health for a duration... or increased your health for a duration. I don't think health is ever going to have a non-base value, actually. So I feel like every game has that kind of not every game, but like a lot of games have that kind of effect where it's like you gain X temporary health points that are lost at the end of this duration, right? And so like the trade-off is I get health now for like a heavy damage type thing event, you know, defensively. Then after the duration, I lose that health. And so if I'm under that amount of health by the end of the duration, I die. That's like the trade-off there. And I guess I was thinking that could be current value. But I think that breaks down. And I think what you would want to do instead of that is add base value at the beginning of the duration, subtract base value at the end of the duration. I think that's what you would want to do. So I think health should never have any non-base value applied to it. I don't think. So the way that I was clamping that was by actually setting the base value, by explicitly setting the base value and never setting the current value. So I need to find a way to do that in my character attribute set. No, in my attribute processor. In League of Legends, it's called Gray Health. You're super good at code, dude. Thank you. I'm not, but thank you. Adds a shield and has the same function as you're saying. Well, that might actually be stored as a separate value in that case. If it's acting as like a shield. I mean, do you take the shield's worth of damage at the end of the duration? Because like a shield and temporary health, I think, actually have separate separate functions. Yeah, so I don't think I want to like explicitly set the numeric attribute, do I? And I don't do I actually clamp the new value? I don't, because I just pass it in as a copy. Oh, I do here. I do for crit chance and stuff like that. Also decays over time. So you're bleeding it out, and if you didn't kill your target and your base HP is gone, you die. I see. So it is like temporary health, kind of. Oh, if you kill your target, it becomes your real HP. Okay. So it's got some extra logic on there. Yeah, so I should actually set the attribute here. Interesting. And so I do have mutable access to it. Maybe I should I have access to the attribute there? Should I just have, I kind of feel like two different steps for this is probably the cleanest way to do it in terms of the processor, but not for the caller. Yeah, I could just have two separate functions for clamping base and current value. I mean, the gameplay ability system has that built in. Has the two built in. But if I would want to do the same clamping for both, I would want a way to do that without having to override both, which is what I want here. So I guess I would just like explicitly set the attribute, which would mean I would want to pass it in as a non-const. But then, like, if I allow the ability to explicitly set the attribute, and again, if I don't do the base value at a separate point, then the calculation gets thrown off anyway. So I feel like I do need to do that. Yeah, I mean, it does happen. Before I check the difference, the things wouldn't execute if it gets clamped down. And now I think that's properly happening now. Should I just have fucking two? Because that health is still going to be here. That's the fucking problem. I think maybe what I should do here is fire the pre and post attribute change in response to just the new base value as well. Just do the same functions. Those happen for both. Post attribute change. I think post attribute change we only do at the end. I think that's the trade-off we do. I think that's what I want to do. And that way it'll get clamped twice. Potentially. Okay, I think I like that. Yes. Let's rebuild, just rebuild. Okay. All right. What are you building, bro? Said hi. What going on, please? YouTube Shorts chatters are always just very, very well spoken. But I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. I'm working on rewriting the Unreal Engine gameplay ability system into the ECS that I created, such that it is more performant for my use case. The use case being I want to run the whole world. And combat was my biggest bottleneck there. Okay, let's see if the damage matches up here. Cool, nice. Boom. We should be seeing 15, well, we should be seeing 16 damage here. It'll round up. 16. We did it. Okay, now we're finally representing that correctly. So yeah, that base value not being clamped was a big issue there. And I thought it was from the regen health being applied, but I don't think that was actually happening. I think we just weren't clamping properly, and it was maybe equal to 5 because it was post 1 regen that had already happened. So we were basically he was basically banking all of his health regen, which is kind of a funny concept. Like he was banking his health regen, and it gets applied whenever damage gets dealt. Did you know if Nintendo really put a copyright on all creature summoning spells? I mean, I'm not sure the ins and outs of the copyright, but yeah, they be doing some bullshit like that, some bullshittery. What does clamp do? Clamp is in like it keeps it within the range. In this case, the range is 0 to max health, which max health happens to be 100 because I have 10 stamina. Hello, I'm here just to support your channel. I'm gonna leave by. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support. Okay, but damage is working properly now. Can I put a dot on him? Dot doesn't work. The dot, oh, right, because a lot of the cast time of the dot, well, not the cast time. I'm cool. Hi, cool, I'm dad. Yeah, so now we have damage working properly. Once again, we're back to damage working properly. Okay, so damage numbers are working in what we have now. I'm not able to take damage and show that. Am I? I don't think I am. Let me look at the listener here. Yeah, source. Yeah, so I need a different. I was thinking I was going to do a different way of listening for damage. But I think before I do that, this works for now for showing my damage. It's not going to show damage on me. I think I should get the state tree back, the combat back at working before I do that. Just so they can actually deal damage to me and I can check that out. The abilities are not working at the moment, so I think maybe now's the time to go through and make sure all the other abilities work here. So healing, the lifetime of the ability seems to work. The lifetime of that seems to work. It did not do any healing, though. And I guess I wouldn't be able to track overhealing. Which is probably why I should pass the raw value and the final change value as well to the listener. Are you using components or are you hard coding at all? I mean, those are not opposites. You realize that, right? Well, one component means something in different systems. Component is something different for an ECS. Component is something different for Unreal Engine. Hard coding, I'm not hard coding things. I will say that. I do have some Unreal Engine components. Those are actor components. But for the most part, this is all entity data, which is what I call the C in ECS, which would stand for component. But if you were wondering if I'm hard coding or not, asking if I'm using components, like that's not, it's not the opposite of hard coding. Let's figure out what's going on with heal. And I guess nothing's happening because I'm already at max health. I guess that's the issue there. And so yeah, the listener for that is never going to fire because nothing actually changed because Mac. So that one, health might actually be working aside from that. Let's do toggle. Let's do toggle auto attack now, which has a little bit of functionality that I have not replaced, and that is the wait gameplay tag query on actor. So what is a listener? How does that work? Because I struggle to get things off tick. How to check for trigger. So when I say listener, I say it conceptually. That is something that is listening for a specific event. In Unreal Engine, you can typically do that by using delegates. And so a listener would just be something that has subscribed to a delegate. The delegate then is kind of shared between multiple systems. The system that has like whatever the event, you want to broadcast from would take that delegate and call the broadcast function on it. Any listeners would get executed at that point. Gameplay tag affect gameplay actor. I don't know what you're asking there. What are you asking with that? But anyways, this node here. I'm repeating what you said. Wait, yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. But anyways, wait gameplay tag query on actor is something that's not working right now, and probably why this is not working. I think first and foremost, I need to delete the ability system component from here. We should not rely on that anywhere. Stop auto attack. Oh, cancel abilities with tags. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have that functionality rebuilt into my system yet, and I would like to avoid that if at all possible. I think I would rather just like save. I think I would just rather save the handles of the abilities that got started and then cancel them that way. Like explicitly canceling them. Because otherwise I have to like search, and it's not as performant. Which is, I need this, if I'm going for performance, I should do it the right way. Try activate ability. It would be nice. I guess I do have to search for it if I want to explicitly end it. Where did that come from? That came from stop auto attack. Sorry, had to check some things on the phone. Stop auto attack. Where are you called from? From end ability. Stopping auto attack ends this. Yeah, so ending this ability ends the other abilities. That's kind of like the thing here. Cancel abilities with tag. Okay, so I cancel. I do it here as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of have to, right? I kind of have to. Because there's no way for me to get the explicit ability. I guess I need like an end ability. Where's my like try end ability? I need to make some new functionality here. Try end ability. I'll need one that, this is for an ability instance. I'll need one for, Why do I have 2 of these? I'll need one maybe for class, I think is a good way to do it as well. I have 2 try-end ability. Oh, right. Yeah. Should try-end ability always be by class? Maybe. Maybe I should always end it that way. Ability equals ability. Yeah, would I ever have... Yeah, this is like where execute ability like per actor, or no, it's the instance ability per actor or instance per execution settings come into play, which were on the... That's on the original Unreal Engine gameplay ability system. I don't have those concepts in mine. And I think I kind of want to keep it that way. But I think I do then need whether or not I want to cancel by class or by whatever, you know. I could do it by tags. And I guess what's nice about that is I can pass multiple tags in there. Rather than a class. Cancel abilities by class. Yeah, I could just do class and then allow... I would just call it twice, I guess. Give me another one of these. Try end ability by class. T subclass of ability class. Okay, so we have that. Let's basically do the same thing that we did here. Try end ability though. This one we are going to do this on. So F end ability. I guess I just need an additional param on here. Equals ability class. Subsystem, sure, let's rename that. Entity. Ability class. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. Berncog, welcome. The cult of Mart demands a sacrifice. You seem like a... You want change, you can't be afraid of a little blood on your hands. You seem like a Machiavellian type of guy. Is that true? You seem like the ends justify the means. That is very Machiavellian of you. What am I returning here? Oh, just fucking true, I guess. Okay. I think that's fine. That looks fine. Where's my end ability processor? The snocessorator. Okay. If ability equals ability, which it'll be null pointer, or ability is subclass of, or do I have to get class? I have to get class to do that. Subclass. How do I, or no, it's is child of, that's what it is. Of ability class, which should just be empty, right? Can I just do that on the base thing? No, I can't. Get class is child of. Okay, there we go. So now we can remove by class as well, and we can queue up a few of those. Okay, let's rebuild. What are you making? I'm new here in sub. Sorry I missed that message, but thank you for the sub. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural, destructible terrain, AI generated quests, a very large, open, procedurally generated world that I want to run all of the colonies that exist in the world, whether you're there or not. Hopefully make the world feel very alive. So very large scale kind of things happening. A lot of technical challenges to get through. One of which is combat. Previously I was using the gameplay ability system, which is a built-in Unreal Engine framework for combat. And I could only get to about 200 entities in combat before dropping to like 20 FPS. And that's a problem because I don't know that I'll have battles that are that large in the game. But there could be that many instances of combat happening throughout the world, right? So that is a problem. And so I'm rewriting all of or at least most of the capabilities of the gameplay ability system into the ECS that I wrote. So that's what I'm working on right now. Specifically within that system, I'm trying to get my toggle auto attack working, and it had some functionality for canceling abilities by tags, which I am going to replace with try end ability by class. And so that class should be can I get class on self? Is there a self? How do I get self? I suppose I would do, and then get class. Yeah, there we go. So yes, that is cancel. We do be wanting that to be cancel. Self can just plug it in there. So we need to go through and get rid of all the ability system components, and then also make our old abilities work here. So rather than doing cancel with tags, I'm just going to do by class. And then another place that I'm doing that is stopping the auto attack, which I'll need to queue up 2 of these. 1 for each class. And the class being melee auto attack ability and ranged auto attack ability, which let's use, that was ranged ability. Ranged, I guess I do have to use ranged auto attack. And I guess that's maybe where tags kind of are maybe better, is because they exist outside the class hierarchy. But like, I like gameplay tags, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I don't want to make a new tag for every single fucking ability, or, you know, every single thing that I need to do doesn't need a tag on it. So sometimes I just like to use the class because that's already like an existing thing, right? Okay, but that's a little replaced bit of functionality there that I hope will work. So now we can get rid of the ability system component entirely in this class, in this ability. Beautiful. That gets a little simpler, actually. It's really nice. What's really nice is like the abilities are actually getting a lot simpler in many cases because I don't have to work around some of the architecture that I don't need, right, within gas. So that's bespoke solutions are always going to be that way as well. How important is mathematics in programming? Like, what's its significance in programming? I mean, to be honest, most programming, you don't really need it at all. For game dev, you need it quite a bit, I would say. Way more than other game devs or other types of programming. Like, if you're just doing web development, which is what I've done for years, I've done some app development as well. That, like, the only time I've needed to do any kind of math is like, you know, resizing an image and maintaining the same aspect ratio, like, which is just like some simple multiplication and division, right? It's not that bad. But yeah, you don't need to be good at math at all. You do need to be good at logic, which, you know, it's practical logic too. So I don't know that, like, I think if you're trying to compare this to like how well you did in math class, it's not going to be a one-to-one comparison at all. But if you're going to be doing game dev, if you're doing, I would say, if you're doing a 3D game, you need quite a bit of math. It does, like, the amount of math that you need depends on the kind of game you're making, but you will need to do some vector math, some rotational math at some point, probably, which can be a pain. And I was really bad at that. Like, I tried to do game development a long time ago, and I kind of gave up a little bit. And it was because I hit like a hump in doing that kind of math, because I never like graduated college. I have a high school level of math that I did not pay attention in. So I was not very good at it. I've gotten a lot better. Like, I'm doing things like procedural terrain, which is very mathy. The amount of math you have to do for that is very high. So I've gotten a lot better at it, is what I'm trying to say, just by doing more game dev and figuring things out as I go. Anyways, I still need to replace this. So I am waiting for... Yeah, I mean, this is just saying... Wait for there to be none of these tags. I wonder if there's a better way to like wait for ability end, because that's the event I'm really wanting for here, which this is like a very indirect and not very descriptive way to represent that in code. Do I want to... I would need to create a new event to signify on ability end. Or that maybe should just be a delegate on the ability, honestly. But I wouldn't have the instance of the ability. That's the issue. So it would need to be put into the ECS. I think I need to have an event. And these events are becoming kind of a pain to code in. So I'm wondering if there's an even more generic way that I can do these. Maybe each event can be represented by a gameplay tag. But then it's like every event that happens, I would need to iterate through all of the event listeners and check their tags, which is not going to be efficient. So having the explicit containers for the events is the more efficient way to do it. It's just a lot of setup. It's a lot of boilerplate. Why do I have abilities on cooldown here? Indability. Oh, I already had it open over here. Indability processor. Indability processor. Yeah, I guess I just need to listen for that event. And I would need to listen to it. Should I just do the tag version? I would really like for there to be another way to do this. Is swinging. Does this have a tick? A tick function might not be the worst thing here. Because this is only going to be for players, so it's not going to be something that happens on a very large scale, and it's only going to be during auto-attacking. Players already have tick. And that's how I was doing auto-attacking before I moved it into a gameplay ability. Patient data. Yeah, I kind of maybe just want a tick. Good to know, more like logic building instead of just plain math. Oh yeah, it's even when you have to do math, I would say it's more, unless you're doing in some very, very high level fields like AI research and stuff like that, it's mostly just logic building blocks, yeah. Yeah, because I could just tick here and say, what would I do? Just tick and then check if I'm swinging. Auto attack melee, auto attack range. Yeah, because then we would just do this same thing. Can I do tick event? Okay, so the gameplay ability base does not have a tick. It's not tickable? Oh, that would be the way to do a pseudo tick. Can I really not just do a tick in here? Is there a setting for that? What is the built-in? Oh, I guess it's just a U object, right? So I would need to build that in myself. Yeah, so U objects just don't have ticks, do they? Okay, so do I mean, I think it's fine. A tickable ability is something that's feasible or made feasible and reasonable to expect. You're talking about tick on an ability? Yeah. So I think I'll just make this a tickable tickable game object. I'll just need to implement the right events for that. I know it's probably want to use an ability task. Yeah, well, ability tasks are things that I have to make now. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Like, I can't just use those anymore because they require an ability system component. So the ones that I have, like this is my like a de facto ability task, right? Same for like weight attribute. Did I spell that right? Wait for attribute. Hello, please. Dude, I fucking know I have these in here. There we go. Yeah, like these, I wrote this node myself. This is what that node, it's a cancelable async action. So I have to make those. And I really don't want to have to make one. I mean, I guess it is just wait gameplay tag query. I do have wait gameplay tag ones, but I don't think it would work in this case. Wait tag change. I feel like it'd be super useful to make an ability task type for your ability system. Yeah, that's what I'm showing here. I do have that. But I have to make each of those though. Like, that's not just like, it's not just like, oh, make ability tasks and then you have access to all of them. Like, no, I have to make each one. And the one that I use, and I'm trying to replace, is this one, which this is the one that I don't have yet, which is, it's waiting for a gameplay tag query to return true, which is useful. I already have wait for tag change. The thing is, like, the more and more of these that I add, and the reason I don't want to do it is that it increases the amount of data that entities have and can have, which reduces performance. So I want to keep it nice and tight if I can. And if I can figure out other ways to do it, you know, that's what I'm going to do, which is why I just leaned towards tick. And it's only, should I do that actually? I don't know. This is probably going to be the only scenario where I ever do that. Wait for tag change. Because all I need to know is when these abilities end, which it was probably better represented by a wait ability end listener. Or ability task, as you say. That would be a lot more straightforward, but waiting for gameplay tag queries would be a lot more extendable, reusable. Wait for gameplay tag query would actually, that would be a lot more data, because the reason I didn't do that originally is because waiting for these, what did I call it? What did I call these? It'd be like, there's certain effect data or something, right? That I add to tag change data. Yeah, okay, so this is already 80 bytes large. If I added a F gameplay tag query, these are large objects. The gameplay tag query is 72. It is only for the player and only during auto attacking though. But it is just one more thing that I have to code in and check during gameplay tag processing. And that if that's added, that has to get checked against every single tag change. Right now what I have is waiting for gameplay tag change handlers. That just saved me 8 bytes of data. Reordering that just saved me 8 bytes of data. So yeah, this is a decision I am not taking lightly. The thing is, like, I don't think I'm ever gonna have an ability that needs to listen for the end of another ability. Like the toggle auto attack ability is kind of a unique ability in that regard. I don't think I'm ever going to have that scenario again. So even if I wrote like an explicit, you know, wait for ability end function, I'm probably not going to end up reusing that. So if I wanted, should I just do the fucking tag query? Which it would actually need to be another T map. Which may as well be an array, but we'll make that performance improvement later. Now we have 160. And I guess the thing is, once I've used like a T-map, or anytime I've done a hash something, whether it's a T-map or a T-set, I've already kind of broken a good portion of cache locality at that point. So, you know, fitting things onto the cache line isn't as important anymore. Same with the T array, unless I do an inline allocator. I could just do only tag query handlers. Baby Fist, good morning. Yeah, should I just switch to only tag query handlers? Save on data. Maybe I'll make that decision later. Or do I just do tick? I guess I want to do the thing that I'm going to reuse the most, which I think is going to be the tag query, or at least has the most potential for reuse, which is the tag query. I'm probably not going to have another ticking ability, although I don't know, I might. I think usually how Gas would handle that in the past is like, can you add ticks in? There's not like tick. Can you add like a tick interface? Tick. No. So you can't make a UObject tick in blueprints at all? You have to do it in C++. That's kind of lame. It sucks for blueprint people. What kind of ability would I have tick for? World tickable subsystem? I mean, that doesn't solve the U object ticking conundrum. That is a singleton. So you wouldn't be able to have multiple instances of that. I think I'll do the tag query handlers. We'll just do that. We'll just do that. So for changed tags. So now what I need to do is just I need to check this no matter what tags changed. Handler, tag query handlers. I just need to iterate through this. I mean, this doesn't even need to be a map at all. Yeah, because now that's just, it's probably only going to be a one-to-one kind of relationship, so let's do this. Inline this information a little bit better. Struct, f tag query handler. Sure. Query. And yeah, just one. Like, there's never going to be a time. This can just be a T array. Okay, so handlers, tag query handlers. Broadcast, tag query, yeah, we don't need to dereference that. Tag, yeah, we don't broadcast with tag. On tag, oh yeah, we need a different event now. I don't pass the tag. Is that important? I don't know if I use that anymore. Let me check wait tag. Okay, wait for tag. Yeah, I don't check the tag itself. I was thinking that would be important for, like, if I had a function that handled multiple tag changes, it could check which tag has changed. Yeah, but I guess having a tag and an added doesn't really make sense anymore. So let's just declare another one with no params. F on tag query trigger, and then that would be what we want. So let's make another use struct for this. F query triggered handler on tag query triggered. Only trigger once. Only trigger once. Do I want that to be true by default? F tickable game object. Yeah, we just talked about that. So I was asking, I guess I was saying there's no way for a blueprint to specify that in blueprints. So you would need to do C++ for the F tickable game object. The query and the handler. I don't know, do I need a separate struct for this, actually? Just fucking put it all in one struct. The tag query 72. Yeah, so this one is 104. Size is down to 96 because of the T array. But like one of these can't fit in a whole cache line, which is annoying because of the tag query is 72. Like the tag query is just a heavy-handed kind of struct. Query dot, yeah, and the evaluation of this query is probably not, and this has to happen on every fucking tag change. Yeah, this is just not performant. This is just not going to be performant. What is the matches? Eval. Any tags? I mean, I don't know. I mean, well, I guess we'll just see. We'll see. I'm only using it for one thing, so we'll see if it fucking works here. So changed tags. I need the original tags, not the changed tags. So I need to also oh, and I need to do this outside of this function. This is not the function I should do this in. I should do it here. Matches owned tags data get tags. Handler on tag query triggered broadcast, and there's nothing that we pass in there. I don't think the original one has that built in. Do you use or recommend AI assisted coding? I mean, to me, it's like if you know stuff, you can because you know what you're doing, but for beginners, it's for learning purposes, maybe. I think it's actually the opposite of what you said. I guess it's kind of a bell curve, actually. Because it's like, if you're learning, the more you use AI, the less you'll actually learn. Because you're not the one doing it. You're not forming those neural pathways of actually writing the code. I mean, you can, like, you know, I used to look stuff up on Google. That's how I learned how to code. So it's like, the Google is an old man's AI at this point for coding. So it's not like you should never use it if you're learning, but like you should use it as little as possible. You should at least try to not use it. And then, like, if you know what you're doing, you either know what you're doing enough to where you just don't need the AI and it's just kind of faster to write it yourself because you know what you need and you know where it needs to go, and prompting for it has a chance to not be correct. Especially, you know, the more mature your project gets, the larger your project gets, the less likely AI is going to be at doing what you think is best. Maybe it can still implement something that works, but is it what's best? You know, the percentage of time that it is gets lower the larger your project gets. So it's like there's a bell curve of, like, you know, the median programmer who's like good enough to understand code when he needs to, but maybe doesn't know what exactly to do or something like that. Like, I think I use it a little bit, but I use it for pretty narrow use cases that I don't care to learn, right? Or I use it in a way where I'm coming up with ideas for how I want the system to look. And I'm just using it as like give me some ideas, but then I know how to evaluate those ideas that it gives me back and be like, yeah, that's not going to work. Maybe that will work. I'll try that, you know, that kind of thing. So there are pros and cons on all spectrums. And I would say if you care about doing something, it's worth doing, which is antithetical to using AI. Does this work? Did I just make this work? I think so. I need to write the code for it though. Let's duplicate this. Copy, paste. Wait for entity tag. I'll call this one query. Where are my other tasks at? Where are you at, good sir? Okay, so copy this one as well. Can I just control C that? Yeah, okay. It's gonna be largely the same. Okay, so wait for entity tag change. We're gonna change that to wait for entity tag query. And wait for entity tag query, change that imports. Just guessing at keys. Wait for entity tag query, which I would need to instead pass in the f gameplay tag query. Yeah, we want to build that inline, so that should be a copy of whatever. Query. That should change into a gameplay tag query as well. Tag query. Change type, I don't want that anymore. Entity, we do care about that. Wait for tag owner change. Same thing, just slightly different signature. So we have that. Finder add tag add. Yeah, so we don't do a finder add here. We just add. And then I would want to just construct a new one of these. Handler tag query on change that to on. Rename this overload. Not an overload. On triggered, which I would need to change to that. Change that to triggered. We want to on tag triggered. No, that's for the blueprints. On triggered. Oh no, we do it there. That's what we do. Right. Okay, so just do that. Boom, boom, boom. Handlers. We change that to tag query. Handlers only trigger once. Okay, that should be good. Hey dude, thanks for being consistent on the stream. Gives me entertainment while my kids give me small breaks. Yeah. Enjoy those small breaks. Enjoy those. Appreciate small channels who actually talks to chats. Yeah, it's kind of a hard line to draw for game development, game dev stuff. I think for other types of streaming, it's probably a little bit easier. But it's hard. I gotta like balance getting things done and actually doing things versus answering the same questions a million times in a row. Yeah, happy to be entertainment. Happy to be background noise as well. What are we building here? Can I get some insight? Yeah, so compilation is a great time to ask questions. I have time to answer them. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. I'm going to run the entire world, all of the colonies all over the world. There'll be a bunch of a FAQ bot. Yeah, but I mean, people want the engagement, right? That's where... Like, I think of, like, I did kind of post the, I think it was all last week, I posted the language. I said Unreal Engine C++, and then, you know, the genre that I'm working on, RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. I pinned that comment, and there was a lot less engagement in terms of, like, there was a lot less people talking in YouTube Shorts chat. So, you got a balance there as well. And, you know, maybe there might be some days where I don't want to interact with chat that much and I want to get things done. In which case I will pin that comment again, you know. Yeah, I want to run the whole world. And so I need a very efficient system to do so. That's what I'm working on. Specifically, gameplay abilities, which is primarily combat, although it can be used for anything. So I'm rewriting the Unreal Engine gameplay ability system concepts into my ECS gameplay ability system. Okay, so let's hopefully this little doohickey shows up correctly in my toggle auto attack ability. What did I change the name to? I forgot what I changed the name to. Wait for entity tag query. Yeah. I mean, that looks like what I want. Can I copy this? Copy. I guess I would need to like no tags match, and then I said on swing and oh, trigger condition. I didn't see that. When true. I guess that's just the default. That's all I have now. I'll build that in if I need that. Right now I don't need that, so we're gonna ignore that for. Yeah, we're gonna ignore that for now. Okay, we can successfully delete that, I hope. Hopefully we can get toggle auto attack working before I have to hop off for the day. Okay. You think Unreal deserves the hate it gets? Of course not. That it's a poorly performing engine. Yeah, that is not the issue. Like, it's very, very easy to see that that's not the issue. And it's kind of laughable that it has gotten that. Like, the engine itself has got, like, that never used to happen, right? And I think it's actually, like, if you think about it for more than a fucking second, it actually is a complement of the engine, in a way. Because, one, it means it's popular enough that a lot of people are using it. And two, it means it's really easy to release games on. Games that look really good. And it has always been on the devs to optimize the games, like for decades. Whenever an unoptimized game comes out, the blame has always been on the devs. And then just all of a sudden, you know, fucking, I don't know what content creator or influencer or whatever started this fucking trend. Maybe it was just like Reddit groupthink, but like all of a sudden now it's the engine's fault. All of a sudden, now it's the engine's fault. It's like, no, I mean, I think Unreal Engine just makes it really easy to make a really, really good looking game such that developers who either aren't as good at developing games can release a game, and they're just maybe not as good at optimizing. Or in a lot of cases, I blame the business side of game dev when it's like a AAA studio or a larger studio that releases an unoptimized game. It's the business people's fault. Because they didn't allow the devs to optimize during game development, and they didn't have time at the end of development. Like, business always wants it released yesterday, so no dev wants to release an unoptimized game. So it's either lack of skill on the dev, or it's lack of time from pressure from the business side of things. Anyway, rant over. Let's test. Okay, so I right-clicked and nothing happened. Let's try that again. Let's step through. Okay, right-click. Oh, the ability isn't bound anymore, is it? Yeah, the keybinds maybe are not bound for the right-click. Maybe I also don't have. Oops. Okay, so this is not getting activated. Applyability processor. Let's take a peek here. I would like a cannot activate ability reason. That would be nice. It's on cooldown. What? It's on cooldown. Toggle auto attack should not have a fucking cooldown. Why? How the fuck is it on cooldown? What? Is on cooldown. Yeah, what is happening there? Yeah, it's fucking null. Wait, what? Yeah, that's fucking null. Okay, okay. I don't know. Maybe the debugger was not properly continuing there. Just put cost tag. Okay, we return true here. Toggle auto attack is able to be activated. Why did I not hit the breakpoint in here? Ah, wrong event starting it. That would make sense. That would make sense. Can I find all references to this? Because I don't want this anywhere. There should be no more of these. Thanks to 2, I think I got very popular and too many people started writing games. UE has so many debuggers. Also, what are your thoughts on game dev currently? Thinking of switching from 3J. Oh, you're right. You're the one guy writing the game in JavaScript. Interesting. Heal ability old. I could probably delete this ability. Sleep. Ah, that one's wrong. I mean, what thoughts do you want on game dev currently? It's a pretty general thing, so I don't think I can give you very many poignant thoughts. Let me just fucking fix this real quick while I'm here. This should be sleep effect. Gain sleep? Is it gain sleep? I think that I think that should be gain sleep. Yeah, lose sleep, yeah. Oh, lose food. Whoops, lose sleep. Sleep. Lose. Okay, yeah, so that was never gonna work. Okay, let's move that breakpoint there. Okay, let's try again. Ensure current actor info. Where is that happening from? What is my parent ability here? Because yeah, that's not going to work. I don't know where that's happening from. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Get player data. Get player entity. There we go. Okay. Ignition is false. So hopefully we get here. Wait input, that's not gonna work either. That's not gonna work either. God, the input stuff is what I have to work on next now. Okay, let's see which path we get to here. Is auto attack is allowed to start. So we're actually gonna start the auto attack, but I don't know if we'll get here or not. We'll have to see if that one. Yeah, it didn't actually start. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Start auto attack. It's the next breakpoint we need. I am right clicking and nothing is happening. Once again, we are to a point where there is a blank ability in the activated. How are these not getting removed? I don't understand. Everything's going through. They're going good. I basically ask whether it is worth it. Whether game dev is worth it? I mean, dude, that's a personal question. Like, I can't, can't answer that for you. Looks like game dev is the least lucrative industry. I mean, yeah, not everything is about money. I mean, if you care about money and you're asking, is game dev financially worth it? Like, that's not why you do game dev. And I don't think you're going to be successful if you get into anything for that reason. Get into something because you enjoy it. And then you will be successful. The money will come after that. That's my opinion. I don't care if I don't make a single fucking cent from this game. I enjoy making games. Is it worth it for me? Yeah. Yeah. What I don't enjoy is my abilities going null without getting removed. How are they going null? That's the fucking question. Like, I don't understand how they're going null. They shouldn't be on any kind of ability system component cleanup thing. And they should be being maintained within the activated abilities. Which I wish there was a way to... check, like, which abilities should have already been removed or something. Because that should not be happening. I need to, like... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. If ability and then let's say if there is no ability, I want to know about it. All right, little breakpoint. So we need to rebuild here. Okay. Let's keep trying to do the auto deck. And I wanted to see that breakpoint. So let's go in here. Boom. I should be able to swing without a target. Okay, we got there. I don't care about that one. When we get here, it is false, so we should trigger a melee auto attack, right? I'm gonna guess we don't get to one of these. Get main hand weapon is returning unknown. Is that actually true? No, we're activating the melee auto attack ability. I hate that they grayed this fucking interface out. You can still use it. I can't close... Okay, I can't close editor tabs when I'm breakpointed, apparently. Good to know. Melee auto attack ability. Oh, you're on the old fucking system. Yeah, no wonder you're not working. Did ranged ability get changed over? It did, yeah. So, okay. That one never got changed over. That one never got changed over. Yeah, you're very angry. You are very angry. Oh, yeah, because I didn't actually put the qualifier. There we go. Trigger event data. Wait, I should have that. I should have. Wait, what did I do with trigger event data? Oh, that's can't. I did the wrong one. There we go. I was gonna say, I thought I fucking had that. Thought I fucking had that. Where is, there we go. Do that. If there's no trigger event data dot, I guess I'm just doing optional object. But I suppose I should just do there is no rather weapon. I am why is that not okay? Oh, T weak object pointer dot is valid. If it's not valid, we end. Any tips on how to grind when you don't feel like it? Every line of code feels so damn heavy. Yeah. What are you trying to grind on? Why are you grinding on it? Why don't you want to do it? I fucking enjoy this. Like, I never feel like this is actually a grind, so it's actually easy for me. Actually easy for me because this is what I want to spend my time doing. But I definitely know the feeling that you're talking about, and it's usually at work. It's usually when I'm doing coding that I don't want to be doing, which is usually work. So if you're talking about work, I don't have a whole lot of advice for you that you probably haven't heard already. Which is probably things like, you know, take breaks. Try to do work stuff that interests you. My end ability. End ability, implementation. Yeah, let's also not. Cancel ability. Did nothing anyway, so delete that. On spawn projectile notify? Why the fuck did I put that in melee auto attack ability? This is not used in any blueprints anyway. What the fuck was I doing? What kind of... I must have been on that good when I was writing that. Okay, I think this is good now. I think this is good. Let's rebuild that. Hopefully that compiles. Out of curiosity, what exactly are you building? A WoW clone of sort? No. If so, how do you intend to approach terrain streaming, infinite terrain? Well, I already have that. I just have procedural terrain. So I don't use any sort of terrain streaming solution other than just what I use to generate my procedural terrain. But the game is an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI generated quests. It will be multiplayer, not going to be an MMO. I just take inspiration from WoW in terms of the RPG aspects and the kind of like the abilities and stuff. Like I want a lot of abilities, I want deep talent trees, that kind of thing. I also take inspiration in zone design as well. I intend to run all of the colonies all over the world all at once. So I wrote my own ECS system, and what I'm working on currently is rewriting the Unreal Engine gameplay ability system into Unreal Engine. So I did verify that the toggle auto attack was triggering the attack. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Weapon ability. Oh, you're a fucking problem child too. You are a fucking problem child. I guess you're just in that one place, right? Get linked animation instance. Do I need to be overriding that? Ranged ability. You're a fucking problem too. Oh, you're such a problem. We're going to focus on melee auto attack, which is weapon ability. Get linked anim instance. Can I go to the super for that? Weapon. I see. I just need to get Scaly Mesh component. That's all I need to do there. Okay, let's go ahead and fix up ranged ability, and I think was there one other one? Ranged ability is definitely an issue. The my activate ability implementation, which just takes in the trigger event data, and that's it. Activate ability implementation. What else? Let's just take a little peek through here. Make sure there's no more problems. No more get current actor info. Yeah, I guess just the end ability is all that needs to be changed. Cancel ability does nothing, so let's just delete that. My end ability implementation, which only has was canceled. Okay, yeah, just get Scaly Mesh component here. Scaly Mesh. Is this a weapon? The ranged ability is a weapon ability, so I can just get the linked. I don't need to redo this. Bow auto attacks can get stuck in the. I have no memory of writing this. I put a comment here, which is that's important. That means that's not like me. So that must have been something very stupid that was happening. Getting the linked anim instance of the weapon. I'm gonna leave that as is for now. Can we rebuild? I think maybe what I want to do is like Control-Shift-F for that. Nothing in my code. Let's just search from actor info. Any of this in my code. Aha. That's for montage things. So I don't know that do I have anything that's a montage at the moment? What is that? How does that actually stop the montage? Based off the anim instance. Okay, anim instance montage stop. So we'll probably just change that. What are your params? They fucking swapped the param order. Made it a reference, okay. Rebuild that again. Hey, are you doing LD? I might have... Why do I feel like I'm about to get D's nuts right now? What's LD? Like lick D's nuts or some shit? Sorry, Ludum Dare. Oh, Ludum Dare these nuts. Ah, you got these nuts. Sorry, no, I was yelling at my dog. She was barking. No, I'm not really interested in doing game jams. Oh, I moved. Do you guys see that? I moved. Look. If you watch closely. Oh, now I'm just stuck. Okay. I never hit that. Or that. Okay, I guess it's time for visual logger stuff. Can I have a pip? There we go. Pause. Gameplay abilities. That's not the right one. Toggle auto attack. Why is it set to 1? Oh, get ability level. Okay, yeah, the ability level. Okay. You are stinky. You're the stinkiest little puppy dog. My goodness. He's 8 pounds and just so stink. Need a bath. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess what's happening here? What's happening here? So it never got ended. The ability never got ended. I think check these calculators out. These are important for the ability life cycle, so I'm wondering if they maybe didn't get set up properly. You can't do it, bro. Don't think I fucking won't. Wait, gameplay event. Yeah, that's the issue right there. That's the issue right there, isn't it? So what that's doing, we will need to find out. Event tag container delegate. So all of the, once again, more functionality that's all on the ability system component. So we'll have to check what that is. Gameplay event tag container delegate. Search for that usage. Any broadcasts? Hello. Yeah, okay, so we're broadcasting there. This is handle gameplay event, which is called from send gameplay event from the gameplay ability. Send gameplay event to actor. Where is send gameplay event called from? Nowhere. Okay, so that's a generic event. Let's go back. Let's go back to this. I'm not sure that that was the ability scenario there that I was looking for. Although I don't see any fucking where else. Oh, it is the right place. So send gameplay event to actor. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I need to go look at those then. This will be in the Anim blueprint. Anim BP. What the fuck did I call it? Is that it? Yep, there it is. Okay. Yeah, those are not doing their thing. Okay, I would like to maybe just not go through the animation blueprints now for that kind of information. None of my cast abilities need that anymore. And I guess I'm just waiting for the weapon to be active and shit. Although I think there's probably some more going wrong here, but this is definitely not going to work. So I am finding the anim notify trigger time and using a timer. I kind of wanted to write a timer subsystem, or not subsystem, processor, where I can just create timer entities that just call arbitrary functions, and then that way I won't need to use timer managers at all. And then I also won't need to create like gameplay effect entities. Although I could just reuse the gameplay effect entity interface to do so. I think that would just kind of muddy the waters though. But anyway, I should probably just find the anim trigger times like I do with damage and create a timer from that. That's probably... It should probably still be dealing like damage and stuff though. Yeah, I am curious as to whether this is actually being executed properly or not. So we'll check that out here. Let's check that out. Weapon, are you valid? You are. I guess I check it again. We don't need that. Calculator, blah blah boo, boop boop bop. Yeah, let's see if we get here. I don't have a target, so I shouldn't. I do. Okay, so it's just not triggering the anims properly. Not triggering the anims properly. And it should still be starting the anim. Yeah, it should still be doing the animation, so I need to dig into the anim queue as to why that's not happening. Trigger current ability anim. Trigger event. That is what I need right there. I'm still breakpointed. Pause, start. It's null. It's null pointer. That would make sense, yeah. Get linked anim instance. And so that was overridden for the weapon ability. So that's the part that's not working properly. I did just change that. I did indeed. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Check here. Weapon is null. Why are you null, weapon? Now, weapon ability, I should probably just like, don't I have the equipment component on here as well? I probably should, because I'm getting it in the fucking like blueprints and shit too. Is there not equipment component? I guess I don't get it until here for the calculator, so I'm getting it twice. Slightly inefficient, but not too bad for now. So equipment component is null. Why? Oh yeah, because this is not, it's not getting it from the owner. Oh, it should actually though. Does this not have entity on it properly? Owner entity is 0. Get component from object. Oh, because it's on the player, right? Get component from object, I don't think it's gonna work. We need to use this one. Goodbye, my generic utils dependency. Goodbye. Let me check ranged ability too. That might be one that has that same problemo. No, that uses the right one. It uses the right one. Let's rebuild here. Okay, rebuilding. Yay, rebuild. Okay. Great area, my anim. Let's ignore that part for now. Yeah, I don't think let's just see. I just want to see the weapon swing animation. Can we do it? Is weapon populated? It is. Yay. Oh, this is probably... Yeah, I probably should have done that too, but this will work now. Is this populated now? No, it's not. Wait, what the fuck? What? Get linked anim instance. Get linked anim instance on weapon ability. Oh, did the weapon have no... Did the weapon have no linked anim instance? Let's look at that again. So let me run live coding here. Come on, live coding, you can do it. I believe in you. My goodness. My goodness. Okay, restart. Click it. Did I not have the... I didn't have the breakpoint at the other one. Just that one. So let's try that again. Weapon, do you not have an anim instance on you? You fucking do. So what... And you have a skelly mesh as well. So we should... This is being called... Yeah, this is setting the ability anim instance. It is fucking null. What the hell? By class. Am I giving it a... It is a T subclass of... So wait, is that not... That's not getting added to the skelly mesh. Then. Oh, bro, of course it's like this deeply nested property. I'd love to just be able to check if it has it in there. But yeah, I guess what's happening is it's not... It's not actually getting attached or something. I think the attached weapon or something is not working properly, perhaps. Which should be happening here. So I want to see that. This happens afterwards. That happens afterwards. Wait, how did this work before? How did this work before? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that worked before. It's a great question. I would have thought that this should already be attached. I mean, does it have one now? Yeah. So it should be getting attached at that point. Maybe I should stop pre-populating this. And I moved this. Where was... Hang on, let me look at the diff here. I moved that to before the yeah, that's why it stopped working. Because I used to run that after the calculate. And I did that before to fix the... There was like the frame perfect... Not frame perfect, but there was like... whatever this time is, perfect. Castability cancel. Okay, so we need to make sure the weapon is attached. Not in the Q calculator, I think. Or I just need to stop fucking trying to get the ability anim instance before I actually need it. Maybe we just inline that everywhere we need it. I think that would probably solve the problem a lot better. The ability anim instance. Yeah, let's just change that. It is doing lookups that are like... I guess that's why I'm doing it, is to prevent the lookups, which I think is actually good. Yeah, and I do use it in quite a few places, don't I? Okay, so I can't get the anim instance because it doesn't exist at this point. Do I just need to do it at 2 different points? Maybe I just do this. Maybe just for the melee auto attack calculator. Need to do this after attach weapon, as that is what links the anim instance. I think that'll work for now. I don't know if that's the final solution that I want to do. Okay. Pending this working, this is probably all that I need to get the auto attack working for the most part. I think the tree chopping's not going to work, but I think the damage and everything should still. Tree chopping, I want to rewrite that part, because I don't want to rely on anim notifies, because I don't know if those are like replicated. I don't know if I want to use those for like actual gameplay events. I think I've looked into it before, and I don't know that I came away with an answer. So I'd rather just rely on timers that run on the server. Play, and I swing my weapon. Do I have one of these now? I do. Yay. Yay, he swung the weapon. Beautiful. The auto attack, I guess, is still not working, because this query never triggers. So that part's probably not working. On swing end. No tags match melee and ranged. Okay. That's probably where I'm going to call it for today. I have to go get some things done.
What? Wait,
so I'm going to find someone to send you guys off to.
No, don't do it.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, he's stopping. He's ending. My bad.
I'm shutting down, though.
Well, good thing I checked.
I can show some stuff, but then I'm going to re-raid.
Now we're both watching each other.
Yeah, I'm kind of shutting it down, yeah.
Hi. We're both staring at each other right now. It's funny. Johnny, if you can hear me, I'll find someone else to raid. I got some other people I'm going to raid. Let's see. Who do we have here? I haven't raided Rian in quite a while. Haven't raided Rian. Do Rian. I'm gonna send you guys over to Rian. He's doing a pixel art game. Kind of, what is it? Not tower defense, but like, he's calling it tower defense. Yeah, it's a kind of tower defense game, but his art's super awesome. So I'm gonna send you guys over there. I think he does YouTube as well. Let me see. Let me see if he's got a little YouTube. He's not on my YouTube, is he? No, I can't. I told him to allow raids. So YouTube, sorry, you guys are gone to the ether, but for everyone else, we're gonna go over to Rian. So thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. It was a good one. Hopefully I'll see you guys more later. So appreciate the subs and the follows and the support, everyone. Till next time, take care. Bye.